All right, boys, we are so live. So, at the rate we're reading this, by the time we're finished with the 30 days, by the time I finish 10 days, I've only read like one book. So, I'm reading, 40 pages? I read 40 pages yesterday out of the 363 I have to. So, I need to speed up the pace. Because I'm definitely gonna need to read the books all over twice. So this is bad news for me. There's in total 9 books. I finished one of them, scientific advertising. Um, we're gonna need to do it quickly, otherwise, I won't be able to finish it all off in 30 days. It's probably gonna be more like about 40, 50 days. But I want to convince myself that I can do this in 30 days, so let's just get going. For some reason, I'm really fucking thirsty. Let's turn on the fan. Mm. Right, done. Let's get it. Motives that make people buy. I've already read it all the way. It's about here. Mr. John Jones. Wow. Jonesboro. It's very creative. Dear sir, Mr. Smith, our factory manager, just came in with your inquiry of January 1st. He read it to me and said, wait, what is all of this about again? Hmm. One thing I'm not understanding is like they start with selling a car, and then he goes to selling a wool clothing, and then he goes to selling something else. I don't get it. Oh wow. Well, that escalated very badly for the poor reader. The proof of the pudding. So these are where like motives that make people buy. It's all about the benefits. This one's like about picturing, word picturing. This one's about mm, getting something novel. Don't really remember this chapter. This one's about how to arouse that inquisitive feeling. About chapter two. What about chapter one? What is it? And it's some letters pay. I also completely forgot the things that were taught here. So this is about speaking to your target audience, maybe. It's directly speaking to the interests. It's giving the right bait, okay. The proof of the pudding. And all. Putting proof. Testimonials. Really important when talking about our products. So today I want to read until chapter 20 at least. Supplying that impulse. What could this be about? Not sure. Let's figure it out. Mm-hmm. I don't understand this little part. Mm-hmm. Barker. Uh-huh. I get the example now. Or even can do the social proof. People tend to follow matters. So there's teaching gently turn the impulse and persistence reality too. Okay. It's the same as I think it in like comedy shows. Like there's a contagious aspect that like a psychological trigger that everyone has when someone tells a punchline and they have like these assistants in the crowd, these actors in the crowd who start hilariously laughing. And so everyone, I guess, just starts laughing too, not because the punchline was so good, but because they also saw other people laughing. So these actors laughing. So now they have to laugh as well because it's contagious. So I think it's about the same. It's about the same strategy here. Thing like the social proof element just just gives people a push. Like, well, if everyone's buying as well, if these actors are laughing who they don't know, I guess that I should also laugh. I should also buy into this product. So look for some easy preliminary task on which you can set that mode goes busy. Then see if you can make it easier for your customer already started. And to stop and turn around and go back. So maybe this is referring back to the motives that make people buy. So you have to appeal to maybe their desires or their fears, and then keep that on top of their minds. And to make sure that they proceed with the sale so that they keep moving forward, you just, perhaps I'm trying to guess it, you just smash some social proof, and then it'll be harder for them like to try to go back because they're being pushed, right? And they have these motives on top of mind, I guess. Um, Personal standing, you find examples of this every day. What does an automobile advertisement try to make you do? Buy a car? Not at all. Come and look at our beautiful new models. That's all. No obligation, whatever. It would be a pleasure to show them to you. You just lure people in. Uh-huh. Okay, that's funny. No, but where is the social proof element in this? That is salesmanship. So maybe we're giving like people some of the social proof aspect that ChatGPT just random on spot. Maybe it's about like the experimental factor. Maybe just giving people to try something. For example, with AI, you have a program. So with what do you call it? The business model, software as a service, SaaS, a SaaS. So what they usually do is they like give people to try the service, like hey, try this for free. Like they have all of these like amazing features in program that are so useful, save them so much time, and then all of a sudden they're taken away. Say they finished their 1 week free trial, and now they're required to pay. Hey, look, you see all of these, good features that you were using, that you were taking advantage of. Well, guess what? You have to pay for them, otherwise you won't be able to use them. So I guess that's about the same thing he's doing here. Like you showed him the car and said, "Hey, um, what time should I set it around tomorrow?" So like, would you like to keep using the service? I guess that's about the same thing. Really? Not really, not really understanding. Just making people irresponsible. Nothing to worry about, no decision to make. We're just dealing with fucking children. Just take a look at the code when it comes. It fits. If it fits nicely right now. Very for valuable codes. We send it back. So from the Take Their Money book that I've read from Kyle Milligan, uh, I guess this comes from the NASB emotion. So the safety really plays a big role here. And easy. So like there's nothing to worry about, no commitment, so it's easy, it's safe. I guess it really just drives action. I guess it really facilitates. It really takes off the inertia. It really takes off the resistance behind someone wanting to take the action, which is in this case just filling out the stuff and then you eventually selling it on them. When the code comes, what happens? Certainly it is the same principle, so it's true for almost any kind of different laws, for instance. Yachts. Yachts. Price it over $1 million. Wow. He sold $25 million worth of yachts. We're gonna do 3 of these and then we're gonna go for a lunch break, I guess. Uh-huh. Hmm. Hmm. I'm just thinking about multiple ways we can use this online, whether it is like outreaching people, prospects, No, this probably wouldn't work. But selling digital products and services, like how? Hmm. You're gonna have to see what the best out there are doing digitally, because there's no way you can just like barter. You can just, yeah, you just barter you can just barter something to someone digitally. Like, it doesn't make sense. Banana. Tomorrow, banana is said to have been the cause of the Spanish people's decline. Tomorrow, banana. Certainly, it has cost many a salesman and sales letter writer his job. For more than all other causes put together, it has lost sales. True. So do not give your boss a chance to spring any banana upon with him to tell him not to decide now on your main product. Said put this. So put his beat him to it. Tell him not to decide now on your main proposition. Instead, put his mind to working on some minor point. And you find that a favorable decision on it, in 3 cases out of 4, carry the major proposition alone. We attach the we attach the motives that make people buy with um so motive that will make the person buy, maybe. Like to try it out and see all the benefits the person will get with the code, whether it be etiquette, whether it be the status the person gets or the comfortability of the code. So the person gets to so you can mention it and you can couple that with like a no-brainer offer with a bargain so that there's no friction at all. Just a small reminder, like a small motive. And also make the decision as easy as possible, as frictionless as possible. How to put a hook into your letters. I need some water. I'll be right back. A la mañana. My microphone's working, yeah. There's so much to read. How to put a hook into your letters. As the tail is to the kite, as the rudder is to the ship, so is the close for the what about it? Okay. Tail So kite. Voodoo. That's the voodoo. Yeah, yeah, I got it. Place the close to any important letter. Put a hook into your letters. Perfectly good letter aside from that. It may fit right with the reader's thoughts. It may win his interest, may spur him to action, but if it does not tell him what to do, provide a penalty for his not doing it, your prospect will slip away from you like a fish off the hook. Reasons. Something else. Delinquent debtor in fear of loss of credit studying. Be the merchant fearing to lose your trade. She's always but unless your clothes can arouse in your reader the fear that he will lose something worthwhile, he does not do as you tell him, and you will get more results. So when you want to inspire fear, be definite, be specific, you answer on suit. But this also ties back to Kyle Milligan's book, Take Their Money. Um, urgency and scarcity are really important in the end. Wow. Okay. First October. These two examples. Sorry. First of October. One second. Good job. Huh. So this is actually a psychology thing. Like humans are more afraid of the potential of losing something rather than the potential of gain. So if you propose someone like you can gain X, Y, and Z, and you present that same person the exact same thing, but you tell them you will lose access to this thing forever if you don't act now, they're more likely going to act on B than on the prospect of gain. Tell him what to do. Don't leave it to him. Just, you're all mentally lazy and also get your suggestion to working on him. Get your suggestion to working on. So just put his name on a close car, stamp name. Simply send just say maintenance. Has been proved that 7 times out of 10 your average businessman will read the opening paragraph of an ordinary sales letter. An ordinary letter that is palpably not from a customer. Cursory glance at the middle. So essentially you put a hook into that last paragraph. Okay, so I can also relate to this. I would sometimes go through some offers online, like especially when it came down to copywriting. I would just like I knew it was like just a bunch of copy of just a whole big ass sales letter. And what I would do is I would just like quickly glance at the headline, just take a peek at the midline copy, and I would just try to find out the price at the end. And what I would often get, and that would tempt me a lot into taking action. Um, which, by the way, I'm not usually so able to be captured by advertisements. Like, uh, I don't think they've ever worked with me, except for maybe a few times, like advertisements on TV and all that stuff. That kind of doesn't work on me unless it's a very good product that I can intellectually discern will be very good for me in the long run. But what I would usually do is try to just like see the price immediately, and what I would often get was these tempting hooks into taking action. Otherwise, I would forever lose this opportunity. So that oftentimes would I could feel like a lot of temptation into um, going in and just being sold out. But I guess I'm very able to resist that. I don't know. I think it's just a personal thing, honestly. I did eventually buy a course from, but it wasn't really much about the copy. It was more about the trust I had in this guy. So I got kind of ripped off like $700 for a shitty course, and I'm getting more free value, more valuable, more actual tips from like a free community rather than like just some dog shit blank course that some kid that I trusted on YouTube uh, had made up, and he just wanted to sell like sort of lower ticket. It's a very fucking high ticket course in my opinion to the plebeians who weren't able to afford his mentorship program. So instead of paying 4 grand up front, I just paid like $700 for a shitty course. I was just left in the dust with a bunch of information, a bunch of like stuff uh, to do, and I got lost and whatever. But anyways, that was a ramble. Let's just keep reading whatever. I have this challenge to complete. It has been proved sometimes out of 10 that your average businessman will read the opening paragraph of an ordinary letter that is probably not from a customer ticket. First read glance at the middle, then jump onto the last paragraph to see what it is all about and how much it costs. So it is essential that you put a hook into that last paragraph. Remember too that a successful close has 2 parts. The first is the persuasion and inducement. The first is the persuasion and inducement. It shows your reader the gain that is his by ordering. The chances of loss takes by the limit. It emphasizes the guarantee, minimizes the cost. Inducement. What is the meaning? Come on. When your reader gets that far, he is almost ready to act, but your close lacks a hook. What must he do to get all these things? Tell him. So people are lazy. People like being told what to do. Make it so plain and easy he will not have to the reason for not ordering. If you do not, you have not finished your letter, and liking the bar with that hook, your reader is likely to lapse from his almost ready attitude back into indifference. Okay, very important. I'll definitely take note of that. Inducement means a thing persuades or encourages someone to do something. Context. First is the persuasion. Inducement. It means you're giving the customer a reason or motivation to act. Special to make it easy and more for them to say yes and place an order. Two cards. Relation and condition. Okay, the six essentials. Oh yeah, we're moving fast, baby. I hope so. To sum it up, every good letter contains these six essential elements. One, the opening, which gets the reader's attention by fitting in with his train. Oh yeah. Oh man. This is like a whole sum up chapter of like all the things we've learned. Wow, that's good. How it all began. How it all began. Oh yeah. So the six essentials. Sum it up, every good letter contains these six essential elements. Oh, never mind. The opening, which gets the reader's attention by fitting in with his train of thought and establishes a point of contact with his interests, thus exciting his curiosity and prompting him to read further. Oh, so this ties back to like the first chapter, I think, where people have like things on top of their minds, and like your headline, your uh, first chain of the copy needs to match it, so it so their attention gravitates towards your headline, and obviously since it's a topic top of mind in their heads, they're obviously going to want to find out more about it. There's two, this description or explanation which pictures your proposition to the reader. I'll find the supporting pictures and certain tips. The motive or reason why, which creates a longing. Okay, so the word pictures and just a brief explanation of what your product does. Okay. Motive or reason why, which creates a longing in the reader's mind for what you are selling. To do as you want. Motives that make people lie. Describing know your proposition. Do for so the benefits, the comfort, the pleasure, the profit will derive from it. The proof of or guarantee, which offers to the reader the proof of the truth of your statements, proof of the pudding. It's never a penalty. Which gets immediate action by holding where your reader's head in the loss of money or prestige or opportunity that will be his or if he does not act at once. Hmm. The close, which tells the reader just what to do and how to do it. Bro, I just got distracted like that. What the fuck? I have a massive fucking fish brain. Golden fish brain. Keep getting distracted. The close which tells the reader just what to do, how to do it, and makes it easy for him to have. Is this all we've gone through all the other chapters? So the hook, so the penalty, right? So telling them exactly what to do. It's playing that impulse. What was this? Just making it very easy, very effortless for them, like easy and safe. The proof of the pudding, just adding in social proof. What does that make people buy? Or pictures. Okay. Getting news interest. Okay, I'm gonna probably take that. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'm very fucking hungry. What is it? Okay. So I guess we'll see you in a bit. Um, I'm gonna go fucking lunch. Adios. Alright. So I just finished my lunch. I'm gonna be eating like apple with, I don't know if you can see that. I don't want everything to fall onto the fucking computer like the how do you call him? Like Tyler One did. Such an iconic clip. Like I'm eating with peanut butter. Mm. Apple cinnamon peanut butter. And we'll be reading. Mm. Meraviglioso. These rules, of course, are not for the manual and for studying the art of writing resultful letters. After a time, they come to be a sort of second nature, so that you wait each of these features without being conscious that you are doing so. You may even mix them all up to one grand goulash. So that so the beginner so that to the beginner they will seem to be not there at all. They but they or their close relatives are in there. Goulash. Goulash. Hmm. Goulash. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's nice. Jardinera. That's delicious. Let me see. I thought it was Jardinera. Jardinera. Rules, however, are barely the start. They are the mechanics of a letter. Real letter writing only starts there. It is getting the feel of your message that counts. I remember the first sales letter I ever wrote. I knew as little about the writing of letters as anyone who ever took his typewriter in hand to tackle the job. But I was full of an idea, and it came out all over that letter. And that is what counts. So having central selling idea. I was doing mining engineering at the time in a little town called Powellton in West Virginia. We had an unusually good vein of gas coal, which was called the Powellton seam, and the 200 old-style beehive ovens, with which we turned out Powellton coke. Like all the other mines in the district, we depended for business upon brokers in big towns. They would contract with large users of Versailles of a certain general grade, and then place their orders with whichever mines made them, allowing them the greatest margin. There's all very much the same boat, better or worse. When times were good, they bid again. Worse. Three or 4 days unrepeated each still. Come on! Like all of the other mines in the district, I don't know what brokers are, bro. Brokers are middlemen, people deal between coal mines and water bodies. Factories or railroads, but don't produce. So, okay, they contract buyers for a certain amount. Uh-huh. So the coal mines depend on brokers to final cost. Prices are only. Uh-huh. Like all the other mines in the district would depend this upon brokers in the big towns. They would contract large users of some bank. And that's what it is. Between I don't even know what underbid is. I mean, that's offer low price. Mhm. Okay. That condition had been general for a good many years with our mines as with practically all the others in the district, and there was no reason to think it would not continue indefinitely, as in fact it has so many of the mines in that district. From such cogitation, such there one day dawned upon us an idea so obvious you will wonder why we did not. Of its first thing it was this: we had an unusually good grade of gas coal and a splendid coke. There must be certain purposes for which that coal and coke would produce far better results than any other made. If we could find these purposes, the businesses that needed coal or coke for them would cheerfully pay any reasonable premium for our particular product, and not only would we make more money, but we would cease to be dependent upon the whims of the brokers and would be sure of a regular volume of orders through good times and bad. Okay, whims. Whims. Come on, come on, come on, come on. From much cogitation. Abby! My mic's working. Deep thinking or careful consideration. From much deep thinking, there one day dawned upon us. Okay, thinking careful. Okay, whims, meaning sudden, predictable change. Oh, whims. Predictable change in behavior decisions often based on mood rather than reason in a sentence. We would cease to be dependent upon the whims of the brokers. This means they wanted to stop being at the mercy of the brokers on predictable decisions and have more control over their business. I thought that whims was like cry outs. Listen. Huh. I didn't know that. Whimsidans are change of mind, especially one that is unusual or unexpected. She bought it on a whim. Okay, I get it now. On a whims. Whimsical. Is that where the word whimsical comes from? So we started experimenting. Found that for gas making purposes, we had easily the best coal in the district, figured on the basis of cubic feet of gas produced. Okay, whatever. Just shoving some random scientific shit. Figured on the basis of cubic feet of gas produced, to say nothing of. Oh, this is not this easy to understand. To say nothing of the byproduct. Any gas company could well afford to pay from 25 to 33% more for our coal. Exactly, the word whimsical comes from whim. A whim is a sudden or unpredictable idea, changes are often playful or unusual. Whimsical describes something that is playful, fanciful, or imaginative, or sometimes unpredictable or capricious, meaning suddenly changing suddenly without clear reason. A whimsical story might include talking animals in magical forests. A whimsical person might make some spontaneous decisions or decorate a room with fairy lights and teacups hanging from the ceiling. Okay, so yes, whimsical is directed into the word whim. Okay, I get it now. That was all we needed. That moment, every gas company within a radius of 700 miles was our target. We disregarded the usual per ton prices to a great extent, centering our whole argument upon how many cubic feet of gas they got from each pound of coal, and what that gas cost them, including the delivered price of their coal. How much are you paying per cubic foot of your gas? Oh, so this is his letter. Okay. the basis of, okay, how much are you paying per cubic foot of your gas? If we can show you how to cut the cost by a fourth, are you interested enough to prove? The Blank Gas Company of Cincinnati has cut its costs by more than that, so he's including the proof element. Okay, so let's try to. I know we were supposed to be reading this quickly, but I want to decipher like the things he's talked us. So the 6 elements, right? The 6 essentials of a letter. So first, and a topic that's on top of mind. So obviously, this is directed to businesses who produce gas based off of coal. And like one topic that might be very interesting, that might be very top of mind on the CEOs and the owners of these businesses is how much are they paying per cubic foot of their gas? So how economical are they being with their resources? How efficient is the coal that's being sent out to them being? Give me one second. Right, so coming back to the argument, um, where was I? So it's obviously in the interest of the prospect these guys are reaching out to increase their profits off of the coal they're buying because you know if if they can pay um, for the same amount of coal and get like way more profit, so like get 3/4 increase in gas production, obviously it's going to be in their interest to read this letter. So this ties back to the opening. It gets the reader's attention. It matches his train of thought and establishes a point of contact with his interests, and it excites his curiosity, which prompts him to read further, which is exactly what's happening in the letter here. So it gets his interest and it prompts him to read more. Yes, I would like to know. I would love to know a way to, essentially increase coal efficiency because it's going to mean more profit down the line, right? Interested enough to prove Blank Gas Company of Cincinnati has cut. So here they're shoving the proof element has cut its costs by more than that, and here are the figures, and they're giving like a very concrete example. So very good social proof here. Here are the figures as given in a letter from their superintendent. I don't know what a superintendent is. Recording exact figures and costs. So, well, specificity, and it just ties back to the benefits of this guy is getting. Meaning of superintendent. Get my ugly face out of here. Here we quote exact figures and costs. The blank company of Indianapolis, Indianapolis, Indianapolis. And here we mentioned 4 or 5 other companies well and favorably known to the trade. So they're shoving testimonial after testimonial have had similar experiences. We'll be glad to send you the exact figures from each if you will take the time to read them. But better than any figure from other plants is this chance to write new figures of your own There's a lot of noise going on. But better than any figures from other plants is this chance to write new figures of your own plant. So we are appealing to their desires to get more profit. Sending a close card with only on receipt of it. We will ship you a carload. Oh, wow. Powelton's green gas coal, our regular standard quality. Test it. Try it any way you wish. At the end of your test, figure how much gas you get per pound of coal and what that gas cost you. Wow, that's a really good. That's a really good offer. If you don't find that Powelton coal has saved you at least 25% of your cost, then our carload we send you won't cost you 1 cent. But if you do see where you can save from 35 to 30% of the cost of your gas, then you are to give us your contract for all the gas coal you use for the next year at a price of $1.25 per ton of. Oh, that's interesting. Remember, no saving, no cost. The percent we get your contract. Is it a go? Wow, that's very wonderful. Let's see the snapper penalty. So the proof or guarantee, they really went with this angle. So the close, which tells the reader just what to do and how to do it. So get a contract with them. Um, the motive or reason why. Obviously, this is a business to business letter, so I think that there's no really much of a need to appeal to like selfish motives, like make more profit, bring more bread to your family. I think it's more about like intuitively, like business owners know that like they desire more profit. They don't need to be told like why they want it, right? Um, there's no need to explain like all of the whimsical details of how their coal is produced. Like mines 2,000 feet underground. Like they don't care about that. They just care about what the coal does for them, which I think is a little bit included in the motive. Like it's more profit. Subconsciously, it's not referred, but you get to understand that uh, their coal gets them the like what they want, the desire they want, their desire, which is more profit. I knew none of the rules of letter writing. I could not have told you the difference between a clincher and a monkey wrench. What the fuck? What is a clincher and a monkey wrench? Enthusiasm of for our idea. That enthusiasm must have pen to our letters. For we got so many orders from gas companies, it kept us humping to fill them all. And what was more to the point, they stuck. When I left Powelton, we still had on our books nearly every gas company we had ever put then. Meaning of clincher and monkey. Oh, what this means. Yes. Oh, clincher and a monkey wrench. So they're like mechanical tools? What is a clincher? Monkey wrench. Oracle device. Didn't see. Argument is okay. I know. Oh, okay. Monkey wrench. Oh, okay. One would stray away now and then, of course, lured by the sire song of a bargain. Sorry. Fuck off. So, this is like the siren. Okay. One would stray away now and then, of course, lured by the siren song of a bargain. When that happened, we said nothing. Just a few, gave a few average samples the other man's coal and sent them with samples of ours to a laboratory comparative comparative test. When the reports came back, we carried them out in figures of the cost. When the reports came back, we carried them out in figures of the cost of the coal, cost of the gas per cubic foot, and sent the result without comment on the superintendent, the other responsible executive of the gas company. In most cases, the business was sent back our books again. Wait, where was superintendent again? Okay. Person who is charged of managing or overseeing a place, project, or organization. Superintendent refers to the person responsible for running operations at the blank gas company, likely someone in a management or technical leadership role who can confirm cost reductions with real figures. For example, of a superintendent in school is in charge of a school district and buildings, the person who maintains and manages apartments. In companies or industries, the manager overseeing operations for workers. Okay. The coal problem solved. We set about finding a similar solution of the coke question for the gas company's preferred screen coal, which meant that all the dust coal or slack was left us for cooking purposes. We had made frequent analysis of our coal, of course, and knew that it was usually low in sulfur, phosphorus, and ash. So we set out to see which type of foundryman considered these qualities most valuable. We soon learned that the maker of steel rails, phosphorus, was anathema. That to the maker, phosphorus was anathema. So we had little difficulty in persuading the Ashland Steel Company that the Ashland Steel as low as phosphorus as ours was easily worth 25 cents. More than a ton, more a ton than any other they could buy. 25 cents a ton doesn't sound like much. They buy 60 to 90 tons a day, which was Ashland Steel required. Cent turns into money. Okay. So just pure profit. Anathema. Man, for some reason now I want to like pursue some sort of academic degree and just mix advertising with it. Just fucking blow up a random company. In this passage, phosphorus was anathema to the maker of steel rails. Anathema means something that I strongly hated, avoided, or considered annex. What the fuck? Phosphorus to the maker. Soon learn that to the maker of steel rails, phosphorus was anathema. 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 What the fuck? Whatever. Well, get out. Phosphorus was very undesirable in steelmaking, likely because it weakened steel and causes process. Therefore, the steel company valued coke fuel with very low phosphorus, making the rate of phosphorus equals bad for sales, and low phosphorus coke was valuable. They could charge 25 cents more per ton. Wow, thank you for the monkey brain breakdown. I totally wouldn't have gotten there. That's all. But when you multiply it by 60 or 90 tons a day, that's money. So they were making like 20. Wow, 20 bucks a day? What the fuck? Is it really that cheap? Wow. Low end. Sulfur, phosphorus, and ash. That was a good start, so much encouraged we look around for others. And in the makers of stoves and ranges, we found possible customers who were quite as particular about sulfur as the steel company had been about phosphorus. In the stoves and ranges. In thin castings like those needed in stoves and ranges, sulfur means bubbles and cracks and costs more money than any saving in price and cost would make up for. But stove founders were, for the most part, located pretty far away from us, and other good cokes just about as low as ours in sulfur content were as readily available to them. To get their business on other than the price basis, we had to find some better argument than low sulfur content. We worked on that for quite some time, talked to different founders to get a line on their problem, studied numerous books on the subject, and finally stumbled on the answer almost by accident. It happened that we had been figuring on a big contract with the Buck Stove and Range Company of St. Louis. They were one of the most efficiently run concerns in the business, and they wanted the best regardless of what it cost. So before placing their contract, they bought a carload of coke from each of half a dozen concerns whose analysis and claims seemed to indicate that they were in the running. We had shipped them a carload and intended to run out to St. Louis, ready to be on the spot when the contract was awarded, so that if it seemed that a last-minute reduction of 10 or 15 cents a ton would turn the scales in our favor, we could throw it in. When lo and behold, without notice of any kind, it came the contract by mail at the price we had originally quoted. To say that we were pleasantly surprised was putting it mildly. We didn't let either our pleasure or surprise get in the way of the fact that there was probably the answer to our problem. If our coke stood out so well in a comparative test that we had landed the Bucks order without effort in the face of the best cokes and the best salesman that Connellsville could show, then there must be something unusual about our coke that every other stove founder ought to know. And we lost no time in setting out for St. Louis to learn what it was. And here is what we found. Its high carbon content and low ash gave Powelton coke a heating power that would melt an unusual amount of iron and a structure that supported a phenomenal weight. With the result that where a good coke did well, with the result that where a good coke did well to melt, you know, with the result where, Alright, guys, had to do something very quickly. But yo, this story is very interesting. Let's put the gas up and I just got some water on it. mm. That's 15 tons of iron to one of coke. Wow. Figuring the price of the coke at $7 a ton delivered, it cost the Buck Stove and Ranch Company 80 to 90 cents to melt a ton of iron with ordinary coke. Whereas with Powellton coke, it cost them only 47 cents. Can you wonder that they gave us the order without urging or bargaining? Our problem was solved, and as is often the case, through no skill of ours. The Lord had been good to us in the kind of coal He gave us, and instead of patting ourselves on the back, we should have been kicked for not cashing in sooner on our product's peculiar advantages. We were too happy over having found the answer to do any worrying about what was past and done with it. It took us just about 3 days to get a letter into the mails to every stove founder within 500 miles of us. This, you must remember, was back in 1907 or 1908, when Brian was still a name to attract attention anywhere. When Bill Bryan first sprung his 16-to-1 ratio upon a waiting world, founders and businessmen generally called it visionary and impractical, said it wouldn't work. So when Bill Smith, co-pilot foreman for the Buck Stove and Ranch Company of St. Louis, proudly strode into the president's office with his report of a 15-to-1 melt, he wasn't surprised to meet with only skepticism on the part of that official. You're getting your politics mixed with your melting figures, accused the boss. Bill may lack some of the eloquence of his namesake. This is like a newsletter. You're getting your politics mixed with your melting figures, accused the boss. Bill may lack some of the eloquence of his namesake, but no one ever accused him of running away from scrap. So the upshot of it was that the president agreed to be on hand at the next melt. Sure enough, Bill's figures proved to be right. They didn't equal Brian's 16-to-1, but they averaged a good 15 tons of iron to every one of coke. Of course, Bill modestly disclaims the credit. Anyone could do it with that coke, he says. It's got a structure that carry the Eiffel Tower. And as for sulfur bubbles, it just never heard of such words. That's the reason Paulton Coke gets Buck Stove and Range contract this year. In direct competition with, after thorough tests and very good coke on the market. That's the reason the Gallipoli Stove Company, the Huntington Ranch Company, and a dozen others have been using Paulton Coke for years. Of course, some of them stray away occasionally. We're none of us proof against the siren song of low price, but when they begin to figure the cost of their coke in tons of iron melted, as the Buck Stove and Ranch Company did, when they find that on this basis Paulton Coke is costing them only $470 a ton of melted iron against $800 to $900 for any other brand, and when they add that to the cost of scrap casting using the sulfur and phosphorus, they always come back, and it's a long time before they stray again. If you figure your coke cost not on the delivered price of the coke, but on tons of iron melted, if you are buying high carbon heat content and not sulfur, ash, and phosphorus, we have some figures that will interest. May we send them. That letter brought home the bacon. For a while, okay, let's try to decipher. So I feel like there's a lot of proof elements to this. Um, Obviously, appealing to the motives that make people buy. So once again, just showing how can they save, how they can save with this Coke. And what else? What else? What else of the six essentials? There's no really like really definite close. I don't think description or explanation. So there's like an explanation about the product why it is better because it's low content in phosphorus and sulfur and high carbon and low ash. What about? Hmm. Loading the furnace so that there's cocoa and milk just high percentage of iron is ours. Denari or else. Keep my ugly face away from there. Laurels. What? Lady. Hmm. Okay, makes sense. Trimming the one and making the other. We tried cooking longer and shorter periods, charging the ovens with bigger, smaller charges. Everything, in fact, that we could think of that might make our product better. And we did not stop with our own product. We had numbers of experiments made in the more effective use of our coal and coke. We never, we had never heard of the rule that a letter should talk not about your own product, but about the pleasure or profit your customer will get out of it. We had learned from long experience that coal and coke were drugs in the market and could only be sold on the price basis, whereas cubic feet of gas or thermal units of steam, melted tons of iron, are things that sold themselves. Uh-huh. My glasses are just fucked up. Straight up fucked up. These are out of print now, but next to since applied business correspondence, I believe it has helped more men to knowledge of how to use letters for profit than any other set of books ever written. I really want to take note on these books. They're probably good ones to read, but we're not taking notes. Go back to our interrupted labors, starting in 1907 or 1908, continuing for 5 years. We sold practically all the products of our lines and ovens by mail. We used dozens of different letters and circulars with all kinds of variants. I forgot what were circulars. Circular. Building society. Whimsical stationery still relevant. Okay. To go back to our interrupted labors, starting in 1907 to 1908, and continuing for 5 years, we sold practically all the products of our mines and ovens by mail. We used dozens of different letters and circulars with all kinds of variants upon it. The one appeal, but unfortunately my book of letters was lost a few years ago and the company had then changed hands, so the only samples I have to show is the letter quoted above. Oh man, that would have been good to see the other letters. It was about this time I had the good fortune to meet Thomas H. Beck, then sales manager, now president of Colliers. He had been sales manager of Procter & Gamble. Oh man, that's a scary name. The Ivory Soap people. This is, man, it's the fact that he's mentioning like Procter and Gamble. I don't really like the company, especially because of like all the seed oil thing, like how they've done evil advertisement to make people to buy like very unhealthy products. Continuing, the Ivory Soap people, where he was responsible for as revolutionary an idea in its way as was ours of selling cubic feet of gas in tons of milk. Like these are the kind of stories that I really like to listen about and read about advertisement, like this how this industry, how this mining engineer managed to uh, make the company have more sales at a better price because they found like a unique aspect in their product that really benefited other companies, and in the end, like everyone won. So the company that bought the coal, like, saved more, which meant that they made more profit, and this company as well could sell the coal for higher, could land more contracts. Like, this is the kind of stuff I want to do with advertising now, like with Procter and Gamble. No, man, I wanna stay away from that. But continuing, that's was hours of selling cubic feet of gas and tons of milk. Soap flakes, it seems, were sold to laundries by the barrel of so many pounds weight. Laundries. One barrel of soap was considered much like another, so sales were made almost entirely on price. Then it occurred to Tom Bagan to have every soap flakes analyzed, and the results compared with analysis made in their laboratory of all the competing brands. But what was his surprise and delight to find that the competing brands contained something like, let us say, 15% water to only about 5% water for Ivory. If a barrel soap cost $2, a laundryman could pay Ivory $2.20, and be getting his actual soap content for the same price per pound that he was paying the $2 competitor. If in addition he was paying $1 a barrel for freight or delivery service, that made an extra premium of 10 cents he was handling to Ivory's competitor. It did not take Tom Beck more than half a minute to figure out the possibilities that this opened up. As soon as they could get into the mail, he had letters on the way to every laundry in his territory asking them whether they were buying soap or water, suggesting that it might be cheaper to get their own water from the faucet rather than have it freighted all the way from the factory to them and then be charged for it at soap prices in addition. Well, that's smart. To say that he started a furor among soap makers is putting it mildly. The net result to him was that it enabled him to make the far bigger job with colliers, and to me, that it gave me a sympathetic ear into which to pour an idea I had long been nursing for selling colliers books by mail, which takes us into another chapter, how it all began. Oh yeah, we're getting the lore. E. E. Collier and Son had been publishing books since 1885, selling them through salesmen directed by some 37 branch offices. In the 2 or 3 years prior to 1913, they had made 6 different attempts to start the department for selling books by mail, all without success. One man spent 25 grand and sold 18 sets of books. So when L, with no knowledge of bookselling and no background with our coke sales, suggested that I had an idea which I believed would sell. So when L, with no selling and no background with So when I, with no knowledge of bookselling and no background, coke sales suggests that I had an idea which I believed would sell books successfully, it is no wonder the powers that be laughed at it. It happened that P.E. Collier was my uncle and was responsible for my education, but he had always told me he did not want me in the business until I could bring something to it they couldn't get nowhere else. For that reason, I had never before tried for a place with Colliers, but now I felt I had an idea they could use, so by letter and in person I kept trying to sell it to them. In Tombeck, I found a sympathetic listener. for Procter& Gamble are large users of coal, and he had seen many of the letters in our campaign and thoroughly approved the idea of it. So with his help and that of the Vice President G. J. G. J. Kennedy, I finally sold him the idea of a 6-month trial. It was not on any munificent basis, you can be sure of that. I was to have a drawing account of $25 a week and to receive a commission of 5% on any sales I made by mail. To leave a good, secure salary job for a certain chance like that takes optimism of a higher order. Munificence. Yeah, I'll take later. Whatever. Munificent. Come on. More watermelon. Mm-hmm. So withdrawing a company. To leave a good secure salary job for the certain chance like that takes optimism of a higher order. But I was young and single and just fool enough to not to know any of the things that could not be done. To not know of any of the things that could not be done. So I jumped at the chance. Luckily for me, I found a good mentor at Colliers in the person of Bruce Barton, who was then the assistant sales manager in charge of advertising. It was not any part of his duties to lend me a helping hand, but he went out of his way to do it. And to his suggestion and kindly criticism, I owe it that the very first letters and circulars we tried were complete successes. How complete you can judge by the fact that the profits on our first 6 months sales were 34.5%. I was making so much money on the 5% commission that the arrangement was promptly cancelled. I was put on a good living salary. I was making so much money on 5% commission. Uh-huh. Wow. So they had to cancel it because he was making so much profit. Wow, that's a bummer. Well, this watermelon is addicting. It was Tom Beck, one of these master salesmen you meet once in a lifetime. He could sell any man or group of men practically anything. I have seen him go into meetings where every man was opposed to his idea and come up with everyone's approval of his plan. You might not agree with him, but you could not resist him. You had the feeling, well, the thing is not practical. But if Tom you might not agree. Well, the thing is not practicable. Practicable. If Tom Beck gets behind it, he'll put it over. Then came Bruce Martin, peer of any advertising writer I have ever seen. He used to sketch out the skeleton framework of his ads and then give them to me to fill in. It was a liberal education in advertising writing. Then came George Kennedy, who had started his collection experience ringing doorbells and collecting 50 cents a month installments on Dickens or Thackeray for some of the old original volumes Collier's put out. He had been in the business almost as long as old R.F. himself, and R.F. Collier was the man who started the installment sales of books in this country. What George Kennedy did not know about pardoning the reluctant debtor from his money certainly is not known tonight. With George parting 'I went with Collier's on the 1st of July. 9th of August, we dropped our first circulars into the mail. They consisted of an illustrated 4-page letter in the first 4 pages. The first and fourth pages carrying the letter, the insides, the pages illustrations, and circular copies. Sent under first class postage without fill-in, and a stamped postcard went with it. Costs about 4 cents in the mail. You can't believe we watched no circles with fear and trembling. We had mailed 10,000 of them, so 40,000 cents, which amounts to so let's make the math. 40,000 amounted to $40. Oh, it's not actually that much. 10,000 of them. 40,000. So if it costs 1 cent, 4 cents a day. 40,000 cents. Bro, am I making math wrong? No, 400 bucks, yeah. They cost them 400 bucks, mostly to advertising weights, 1 to 2 years old. So that's right, that'd be return as unsaleable. These old leads, the salesman who had turned them down, set up and began to take notice. For our first letter to those all discarded, inquiries brought back 4.5% of orders for $39 set of books. 4.5% meant that the letters at 4 cents each, our orders were costing us less than $1 a piece. Can you imagine that on a $39 set of books? No wonder of 34.5%. And the trouble was that we soon came to the end of those old discarded leads, and after that the salesman didn't let go of them so readily. But while they lasted, the pick mailings weren't easy. Here is the first letter we used on them. If Dr. Eliot of Harvard were to say to you, what do you think? Then You know me. That's great watermelon. So as I was reading, I was trying to decipher like where are the six elements in here. So he clearly six essentials. So he clearly does the clothes here. I don't think there's really any urgency or scarcity on the book's part here. One second. So I was saying there's really no urgency or scarcity. Um, though there is like a really big social proof element as to you know Dr. Eliot, the professor of Harvard. You know, he's a very wealthy and successful man, and he's recommending you to read this book. So I guess that stands enough for proof. The motive, the reason as to why, once again, it's in there. Like it's gonna make you very successful. These books are gonna make you successful, so that's desirable. And a description or explanation. So I mean, it just goes over the books that Dr. Eliot really recommends. And then the opening, which gets the reader's attention. You know, if this is something on top of mind, becoming intellectual or anything, then I'm sure this headline will catch their attention, so they would feel compelled to go on and read further. So I guess that's a breakdown of the letter. You see here the really the part where he tells them to do. Um, so like the safety element, like it's completely risk-free safety element. I mean, just making it effortless, like supplying that impulse, right? Proof of the pudding, motives, word pictures. There's a little bit of word pictures. Getting news interest. It's probably new. If the Dr. Eliot, professor of Harvard, were to tell you, you would clearly you'd find that new, or arouse a positive feeling. I don't remember what this. Yeah, I have to read this back again. More attention. I'll begin. Oh yeah, which will succeed. That's interesting. Margin that made Garfield president. Virtually yours. The inside pages. Okay, yeah, we're live. The inside pages showed on the left hand a great pile of books piled all over each other until they practically hid the background of the Harvard University buildings. On the right hand was the orderly row of the 5-foot shelf with the Harvard Library behind it. The keynote of the copy was a quotation from Emerson in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. For a million books, a man might read from dawn to dark for 50 years, yet die in the first alcove. And what would he get as a result of his 50 years reading? A heterogeneous collection of facts unrelated of no particular value to anyone or anything. In the Harvard Classics, on the other hand, just a few minutes a day would give him the orderly outline of all that man has learned, in effect, a liberal education. Our first letter having pulled so well, we tried a number of others to determine how many follow-ups. Our first letter having pulled so well, we tried a number of others to determine how many follow-ups we could profitably send on these old leads. On the series we finally worked out, our second letter pulled about 2.5%, our third 1.5%, our fourth 1%, and our final one 2%. Here's letter number 2. With it, we enclose the circular, which is reproduced after the letter. Following it circular, which is reproduced after the letter. Following it is a postcard that a companion. Will you examine the Harvard Classics, Dr. Eliot's 5-foot shelf of books? If we send you... So these are all the follow-up. This is like a sequence of circulars of letters, I guess. Will you examine the Harvard Classics, Dr. Eliot's 5-foot shelf of books, if we send you a set at our own expense for a week's examination? We don't ask you to decide now whether you will want to keep the set. All we want you to do is examine the books for a week in your own home. See for yourself what a wonderful field they open up to you. Judge whether they will be worth 7 cents a day to you in pleasure and profit and actual mental growth. And pleasure, profit, and mental growth. These are the motives to buy. This is the giving a push, I guess. Supplying that impulse. Start bringing that safety element. The world's civilization on a bookshelf. For years, Dr. Eliot has felt that all the books really essential to the 20th century American contained on a 5-foot shelf, and when, after 40 years as president of Harvard University, he gave up active work, he set himself the task of picking out from all the myriads of things which have been written and said during the past 5,000 years, just those few works of the greatest thinkers in every field, which most vividly pictured the thought and achievement of the human race since the world began. The result is literally the putting of the world's civilization on a single bookshelf. I don't understand the copy here. For years, Dr. Eliot has felt that all the books really essential to the 20th century American could be contained on a 5-foot shelf. And when, after 40 years as the president of Harvard University, he gave up active work, he set himself the task of picking out from all the myriads of things, myriads, enough of that. A very large number of complex monsters. What? All myriads. Dr. Eliot had to choose only a few important works from all the one. Putting out the world's civilization on a single bookshelf. Huge. For all the huge number of things which have been written, so huge number. Myriads. In the past 5,000 years, just those few works are the greatest thinkers in every field. Works are the greatest thinkers in every field, which was the achievement of the human race since the world began. The result is literally the putting the world's civilization on a single bookshelf. From the many writings of the greatest thinkers, Dr. Eliot has picked those few characteristic works which cover their main ideas. The result is literally the putting of the world's civilization on a single bookshelf. From the many writings of the greatest thinkers, Dr. Eliot has picked those few characteristic works which cover their main ideas, which best express their basic thoughts. He has made it possible for you to have the best works of each of them without having to burden yourselves to complete writings of all. Just 15 minutes a day. And this is what Dr. Eliot says to you. I believe that the faithful and considerate reading of these books will give any man the essentials of liberal education, even if he can devote to them but 15 minutes a day. Think of it, the essentials of liberal education, in only 15 minutes a day under the personal guidance of Dr. Eliot, the best teacher and the greatest authority on books and reading in the world today. What other books or who else could offer you so much? What other books or who else? Saving you of. Wow, that's a very precise number. There are 50 volumes in the Harvard Classics, and they contain 418 complete works by 300 of the greatest writers the world has ever known. Bought separately in even the cheapest editions and bindings, these 418 works would cost you $472.05. Yet we offered them to you uniformly bound in silk cloth stamped in gold, with footnotes, reading guide, and an encyclopedic index of 76,000 subjects, at only 90 cents for each of the 418 works, $39. For a set complete in 50 volumes, you can pay for them just as you like. As $2 a month. An encyclopedia of references and lawyers tell us that in their please editorials, editors, teachers in their teaching, clergymen in their sermons, and businessmen in their occasional talks, they are getting to depend on a wonderful degree on this key to the world's thought. You see, it not only gives you the best thought of the world's masters on most important subject, but every thought, every period, every subject, even remotely touched upon, is made instantly accessible through the wonderful index that is appended Volume 50, an index that contains 76,000 references. Examine this book for a week at our expense. Don't send a cent of money. Simply drop the enclosed card in the mail and a complete set of Halbert classics will be shipped to you from our nearest. Oh man, give me 1 second. We're back. Had to take care of something. Then the book for a week at our expense. Don't say that's not with money. So again, the safety aspect, an easy, simple job. Full score in mail. Through them. So this is the little incentive, little push, supplying that impulse. So that is supplying that impulse. Browse through them, read them, enjoy them. We won't urge you to buy them then or now, because we realize that it is up to you to make up your mind in your own way as to just what the book will be worth to you if you decide to keep them. Return not to keep them, you can return them at the end of the week without question at our expense. Which will succeed? Work who occupies all day. Faculty read. Everything straight. Talk well. Every well-informed man or woman should know something about this famous library. How Dr. Elliot has put into it the essentials of a liberal education, and so arranged it that even 15 minutes a day is enough. Sure succeed. The following page so I can present this famous at our expense. Letter number 3 is the one that came into the series later, after the start of World War One. But two before it, it is built around the one idea enunciated by Charles. All that mankind has done, thought, gained, or gained, it is lying in magic preservation, the pages of books. It takes guidance to find the right books, and in Dr. Eliot, for 40 years president of the Harvard University, we had found the guide for excellence. All that mankind has done, thought, gained, or been, it is lying in magic preservation in the pages of books. Carlyle. Its enclosure, which follows, added measurably to its pulling power. In fact, has been our experience that a creed circular would add from 25 to 33% to the pulling power of almost any letter. After the circular follows the order card, the same except for the copy on the front, as on follow-up. Number 2, the Harvard Classic contains the liberal education. They are the crowning educational achievement of Dr. Chas W. Eliot, representing the results of his lifetime of reading, studying, teaching, 40 years of it as president of Harvard University. They contain that literature of the world which broadens the horizon, liberalizes the mind, and enables the busy 20th century American to become a really well-read and well-posted in just a few days, just a few minutes a day. The World Civilization on a bookshelf. There are 50 volumes in Harvard Classic, and they contain 418 complete works by 300 the greatest writers that have ever lived. From all the myriads of things, huge number of things which have been written and said during the past 5,000 years, Dr. Eliot has chosen those few works of the greatest thinkers in every field, which most vividly picture the thought and achievement of the human race since the world began. Examine the books for a week at our expense. So I guess this is describing the product. This is throwing in some social proof. Like this is an authority, obviously. The world civilization bookshelf. Interesting headline. Examine the books for a week at our expense. Don't send a cent of money. Simply drop the enclosed card in the mail and the complete set of Harvard classics will be shipped to you from our nearest branch office at our expense. Keep them for a week. Browse through them, read them, enjoy them. We won't urge you to buy them neither then or now, because we realize that it is up to you to make it up your mind in your own way as to just what the books will be worth to you. If you decide not to keep them, you can return them at the end of the week without question at our expense. But the war? Just bear in mind what President Wilson, the greatest leader of thought the world has ever known, wrote a short time ago as the president of a Western college, who asked him if our colleagues should close in general education. Should close the Western college, who asked him if our colleges should close and general education be neglected at this time. By no means should our schools and colleges be closed during the period of the war and general education be neglected. Never in history have educated, cultured men and women been so needed as they will be in the next few years to carry out the work of reconstruction and peace. Here is your chance to avail yourself of Dr. Eliot's wonderful knowledge and experience. Prepare yourself for the after-the-war problems. You owe it to yourself to at least see and examine this library that we selected to speed you on the road to a bigger, broader success. The card brings it to your door. Charges prepaid. Really? Get you there and drop it on it and drop it in the mail. In the great book of time, there is no but one word. There is but one word now, so drop your card in the email now. For number 4, we use a large mailing folder recapitulating on all the arguments of the three letters. Large mailing folder recapitulating all the arguments of the three letters and containing a postcard. Number 5 is going to be a surprise to many people. It is long. Oh, how long? For 4 whole pages of closely typed written stuff. Who would ever read it? Yet people did, evidently, from a low point of 1% of the previous circular, at 11.5% and over 3 letter, the orders jumped up to 2%. And all efforts we tried to make a 6th, 7th, or 8th follow-up pay were practically fruitless, and so we called our mopping up letter and filled away the leads. The margin that made Garfield the president. Do you remember President Garfield? No, Martin, a rival student. Regularly in recitations, it puzzled. Exceedingly small. It is not so much a matter of great natural ability as what you have done to develop your ability to success, the ability to get things done, to persuade and convince others. Very largely upon your breadth of mind, upon your power to probe for real causes, and this breadth and power come from contact with great books. Reading the following pages, how you can increase your margin. Here's the letter. Only a postcard went with it. Receiving to you of $413.05. Brentanos, the largest retail booksellers in the world, quote these 418 works in even the cheapest editions and bindings at $4,792 $2.05. The lowest price at which the Harvard Classics will ever be sold has now been reached in the new silk cloth edition, costing only 1/8 the price of the original set. I have put aside 100 sets of this edition for the specific purpose of free examination. This letter is your opportunity to examine one of these 100 free examination sets in your own home. It is the final bedrock price to you, and it holds good for only a short time longer, so we start to see urgency. I write to you because with all that you have heard and read about the 5-foot shelf of books, you have never yet seen them. You have never yet had the privilege I now offer you of actually handling the volumes, reading in your own home or two of the 418 masterpieces, proving to your own satisfaction the wonderful completeness of the 76,000 word index, surprising yourself that 50 books so well made and so serviceably bound can be sold at such a price. Just read the extract quoted below from letter from the manager of Britannos, the great retail booksellers, whose main office, is at the corner of Fifth Avenue at 27th Street, New York City. We are returning here with your list of items made up from the 5-foot shelf of books. This list of books embraces about 300 authors and their works. 300 authors and their works. The same can be supplied in regular editions in cloth binding. Well, we are returning here with your list of items made up from 5-foot shelf books. The list of books embraces about 300 authors. The same can be supplied in regular editions in cloth binding for $472.05, with the exception of about 14 or 20 authors which were published during the 14th to the 18th century and exist only in very rare editions and very costly. Same can only be had for reference in European libraries, as copies are seldom found in the open market. Their itemized quotations are exceedingly interesting. Volume 1, for instance, which contains Franklin Walman pen, can be duplicated in 3 little volumes to every men's library at 50 cents for only $1.50. Harvard Classics price $1.10. But Volume 8, containing the 9 greatest Greek dramas by Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes, would cost $10.60 duplicate, while Volume 39, which contains some of the most prized possessions of the British Museum and the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, has rarely been reprinted and is almost unattainable now, except in the 5-foot shelf of books at any price. First, therefore, I should like you to satisfy your own curiosity as to how it is possible for us to manufacture and sell $472.05 worth of literature in uniform binding with footnotes, glossaries, introductions, etc. for just 1/8 that price. I should like you to see one of these free examination sets for this reason first. But it isn't merely of figures that I want to speak to you. I should like you rather to think of the 5-foot shelf in terms of time, which to the busy modern man is not only money, but is more valuable than money. Look at 5-foot shelf from the standpoint of time. It will save you and your wife and your children. You have a letter. Okay, so this is appealing to the motives, right? This is describing, just word picturing, like very rare books inside here. You have a letter or a paper to write or a speech to make. Some member of your household has a paper for a women's club. One of the children has a topic assigned at school. Some subject is discussed in the newspaper and you want to read up on it. Where can the material be found at the moment's notice? Nowhere that I know except in the index of the Harvard Classics. Take the subject health, for example, and see what has been prepared for you. This is an actual extract from the index. Health. Tonius's care of 2. 197. Work on pleasure and idea of 24. 36. 38. Carlyle on Pierce's in the water. Remarkably suggestive, isn't it? So on every one of the other 75,999 subjects you have at your fingertip, the information that it would take you hours or even days to get from scattered volumes. Neither time nor money is the proper word to which to picture the Harvard Classics. The real word is pleasure, self-satisfaction, the delight of mental growth. Look at one of these 100 free examination sets from this standpoint. Shut your eyes for a moment and let these 418 friends take you by the hand, carry your imagination away with them. You will travel down the Nile with Herodotus or round the Spanish Main with Drake. See the great Grecian dramas in the amphitheater. The anthems. Hear Cicero denounce Catiline in the Roman Senate. Follow Cellini through the thrilling intricacies of his dealings with princes and pontiffs. Stand with Columbus on Santa Maria as he sees the blue haze, which is the New World. See Harvey as he discovers the circulation of the blood. So, this is word picturing at its finest. Important, the price of the Harvard Classics will soon be advanced. Okay, so now we have urgency. Paper, ink, and binding have more than doubled in cost since the material used in the manufacturing of these books is bought. Our present stock will only last a short time longer, and then our prices must be increased to keep pace with the costs. Take advantage of the present low cost by mailing your card now. So telling them exactly what to do, urgency, which is the hook, and that's about it. No, the hook is telling them what to do. So I think it's supplying that impulse. It's a whole lot of copy we're reading here. Nothing remarkable about any of these letters, is there? You have seen as good or better ones as many a time, but they had this virtue. They brought back what they went after, the orders. In the 5 years I was with Colliers, they sold many hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of books. Why? Because they set out with a definitive goal in mind, and they made every word carry them one step nearer that goal. Carry them one step. Letter number 1 as an example. What is its purpose? To winnow out from the mass of readers those few who can be sold the idea of culture, the value of higher education. To winnow out from the mass of readers those what to say to you. Come around my home tonight. I want to show you some books and we'll give you all the essentials. So we'll start early. The interest of a man in culture and the decline who has not enjoyed the benefits of a college education. You know many such men, and you know how many of them feel that they are handicapped through lack of the cultural advantages that college gives. In the back of their minds always is the fear that they are a bit inferior to their college-trained friends. So how they would welcome the idea of a talk with so famous an educator as Dr. Eliot? How would they jump at the idea of a college reading course under his guidance? Therefore, how well that idea fitted in with the mental conversation going on in the back of their minds. The ease of it. Why not? Why not? What do we do? We do? Catch up. Widow out. Two, the ease of fit. They had opportunities to take night courses in schools and colleges that would in turn give them every educational advantage that would have been theirs and had they spent 4 years in college. But this entailed so much work, then expenditure of time out of all proportion. Its volume to them dollars, so they passed by it. So easy new second baby. But along comes the chance to get all the essentials under the guidance of one of the greatest educators the country has known. In only 15 minutes a day, Dr. Eliot has used his 40 years one of experience to pick the few worthwhile books from all the millions that have been written and edit them so that in a few minutes pleasurable reading each evening they can make up for the 4 years college they missed. The free trial, no money risk. No money or risk. This makes it so easy for the reader to examine the books without obligation or risk of any kind. Naturally, his curiosity is aroused to learn what books Dr. Eliot considers essential. He would like to see them, to glance through them, perhaps to read a page here and there. Oh yeah, there's also the big curiosity element to these letters. Like he mentions the 5 foot library, the 5 foot bookshelf, but he doesn't mention any books, so I guess people would feel more compelled to take action as to see the books by themselves. Like, what is this all about? Like, what are these books? Well, here is his chance to do it without a penny of cost. Perhaps he has already read some of the books. Perhaps he is nearer standard of his college friends than he had thought. It would be nice to see anyway, as long as it does not cost anything to have a look. Number 2. The letter starts right where number 1 left. Will you examine the Harvard classics if we send you a set at our own expense for a week's free examination? Don't decide now whether you want to buy them or not. Plenty of time for that later. Just browse through them for a week and see for yourself how interesting they are. What absorbing entertainment, what marvelous education. Think of it, the world civilization on a bookshelf. All that mankind has done, thought, gained, or been, within the compass of a 5-foot shelf of books. Can you afford not to look at it? Education in the highest sense, entertainment in the best sense. All made possible in 15 minutes a day. And then the price, a saving of $433.05 from the regular bookstore price of the same works in separate editions. That alone makes it a bargain well worth any man's money. Then, as an added inducement, it is a book of reference as well, an encyclopedia in itself. It's the send for these books and look over them. Dan followed the Lincoln folder. With its appeal to ambition, its description and argument in its center pages, its proof of value in the reproduced letter from the Brentanos on the last page. Number threes and fours are iterations of the same line of argument in different words and different pictures. Number 5 is the old standby at the last chance offer. It plays up the saving, repeats all the advantages that are yours if you act now, all you may lose by delay. It emphasizes the no money, no risk, then makes it easy for you to order that it seems a shame not to take advantage of the opportunity. In short, it tried to such good purpose to follow the rules laid down by the previous chapters that even as the fifth letter in the series, it brought back $39 orders at a cost of less than $2 an order. That which their cost per acquisition, than which there are few quicker methods of making money. Oh yeah, we'll take a quick break. Hamu! Welcome back. I just took a quick break, more like a 20-minute break, whatever. Let's continue. The first olive. In every business, it is an axiom. What is an axiom? For fuck's sake. Oh, I took out ChatGPT. There's an axiom that the first sale is the hardest. It is like the first olive out of the bottle or mate's first kiss after it. Meaning of exile. But and nowhere is this truer than in selling by mail. When you buy mail, to interest the man in your product, your most difficult task is to win his confidence, his belief in your statements. That is the R sound for the free trial. That is the R stand for the free trial offer. That is what makes necessary the money back guarantee. So because it's really hard to get the first sale, to get the first olive. Come on, okay. Statement or ID that's generally accepted as true. Okay, got it. When you have made one sale to a man, your hardest job done. From there on, your real profits should begin. Where it would have cost you 10, 20, or even 50% of your selling price. Make the first sale. Your second one should seldom cost you no more than 5 or 10%. Why? Because your customer believes in you and you have sold him something. It has proved to be all you claim for it. Therefore, he feels safe in trusting anything you may say to him in the future. That is why the big mail order houses will cheerfully spend several dollars to get a customer's first order. That is why experienced users of the mail oftentimes offer to the general public only small units of sales like $1 or $2, knowing that a man will much more readily take a chance on a low-priced item with someone he does know, and that a satisfactory transaction at this low figure tends to establish confidence just as surely as a big sale. That is reason. That is the reason for the free trial offer. This is what makes necessary the money back guarantee. Okay, got it. Your hardest job done. From there on, your real profits should begin. Where it have cost you 10, 20, or even 50% of your selling price make the first sale. Your second one should seldom cost you no more than 5 or 10%. Why? Because your customer believes in you, you have sold him something, and it has proved to be all you claim for it. Therefore, he feels safe in trusting anything you may say to him in the future. That is why the big mail order houses will cheerfully spend several dollars to get a customer's first order. That is why the big mail order houses will cheerfully spend several dollars to get a customer's first order. That is why experienced users of the mail oftentimes offer to the general public only small units of sale like $1 or $2, knowing that a man will much more readily take a chance on a low priced item with someone he does know, and that a satisfactory transaction at this low figure tends to establish confidence just as surely as a big sale. So they sell on lower stuff, then they gain trust, and then they can move on to selling more high price stuff, I guess, because they've won the first kiss. So I guess they can win more kisses from the maid. The new process company of Warren PA as an instance has $1 of initialized handkerchiefs. Handkerchiefs. Like a napkin? Oh, what a handkerchief. Yes, handkerchief. The new process company of Warren PA as an instance. $1 of sold as $1 of initialized initial handkerchiefs to build a customer list quickly. Why is the company of New York sold the Albert Howard S book at $2 or $3, and then to the resultant customers they so good many thousand sets. Oh my god, this English is fucking horrible. They so good many thousand sets of the $100 little journeys. Also, at Collier's, we started with our highest priced sale, SC, because we happened to have on hand a couple of 100,000 old inquiries which had expressed. Give me 1 second. Buyers bought something like 10% of orders. Since the circular in the mail cost us less than 3.5 cents each, 10% meant that our orders were costing us only about 35 cents a piece, or less than 2% of our selling price. That is nothing unusual for a first follow-up to customers who have been sold by mail. Once you have won your customers' confidence with an article that has done all you promised for it and more, you should be able to sell 10% of your customer list any related product. Of course, if you keep going back at them every month, as the new process company frequently does, you're not going to sell 10% each time. But if you're offering is something a large percentage of your customers can use to advantage, you get the profitable volume of orders. You will get a profitable volume of orders every time. To realize this, you have only to look at the letter and circular which pulled such good returns on the Harvard Classic shelves of fiction. What is the difference between letter and circular? Okay. What? Okay, go ahead. What the fuck? Letters of the alphabet. Okay, whatever. First, you keep going back at that. Every 10 months. 1 second. Realizes you have to. Wait. Realizes you have only to look at the letter and circular which pulled such good returns on the Harvard Classic shelf of fiction. There is nothing outstanding about either of them. The circular especially is not at all what I would send if I were making the offer now. There is little about it to intrigue the interest. Just compare it with some of the circulars we used on Wells' Outline of History or O. Henry or Simon's History of the War. Yet it pulled. Why? Because in selling them the Harvard classics, we already had won the reader's interest in any later related offer we might make. For that reason, an ordinary good letter with a rather uninteresting circular pulled extraordinarily profitable returns. Here is the letter. You are an owner. You are an owner of the Harvard classics, so you will be mightily interested to know that Dr. Eliot has just added a 2-foot shelf of fiction, 20 volumes, to his famous 5-foot shelf of books. It is called the Harvard Classics Shelf of Fiction. Oh wow! So they're just selling. They're just finding a thing to sell after thing to sell. This is so salesy. The Harvard Classics Shelf of Fiction is the same as like you sell this one revolutionary product on, I don't know, whatever, like drinking like a good water bottle. Next thing you know, you're trying to sell like tea or whatever, just because you want to sell as much stuff as possible. In it are 45 of the most famous novels of the greatest writers of all time. 7 different countries are represented: Russia, France, England, Germany, Spain, Scandinavia, and America. Each by its most noted authors, each author by his best stories. So good are these wonderful romances of fiction and history, so great has been their influence, that they can be truly called an essential part of the reading of every 20th century American. They supplement and round out the Harvard classics, covering, as they do, a field almost untouched in the original 5-foot shelf of books. Special offer to Harvard Classic owners. A special edition of the Harvard Classic Shelf of Fiction has been made up for Harvard Classic owners because of its wealth of criticisms, sketches, and essays by noted authorities. It has been called the Commentator's Edition. While it lasts while it lasts, we can offer you the complete set of the Harvard Classic Shelf of Fiction in 20 volumes, bound in silk cloth, gold stamped at a saving of 44% compared with Britanno's actual quotation reproduced on the back of this letter, and payable in just a few months by very small monthly payments, or with a discount for cash. Examine the books for a week at our expense. Don't take our word for the value and interest of these great stories. Don't take as final the judgment of Dr. Chas W. Eliot, President Emeritus of Harvard University and probably the greatest authority on books and reading in the world today. Examine the books for yourself, read in your own home one or two of the 45 wonderful stories, then decide. It costs you nothing to see the books. The enclosed card will bring them to you for a week's examination. Send no money, merely ask to see stories that Dr. Eliot has selected for you. The 20th century busy man from out of all the fiction of the world. The enclosed card brings them. Put your name and address on it now and drop it in the mail. So it has the same elements, just telling the 6 essentials. So it tells exactly what to do. It doesn't have the urgency or scarcity element, though it does have the interest one, like the top of mind one. It does appeal. It doesn't really appeal to me. Well, it is a bargain, obviously. We're taking away the friction, so incentivizing the impulse. Whatever. Oh, okay. No, there's still urgency. Scarcity. Remember, this special offer to Harvard Classic owners holds good only until the commentator's edition is exhausted, so drop your card in the mail now. Yours very truly. Later follow-ups in the fiction books considerably increase the percentage of sale, but all depended on for their effectiveness upon their tie-up with the interest already created by the Harvard Classic, so they seem hardly worthy of inclusion here. Much better, from the point of view of a good piece of mail selling, was our folder offering the Junior Classics, the 2-foot shelf book for children. Oh my god, they're selling stuff after stuff. Oh my god. Imagine how such an approach as this would appeal to the parents of any growing youngster. You know how the little folksters love a good story, how they'd rather listen to one than eat or play or sleep, how they beg you sometimes to tell them a story to read them. What parent has not had that experience? What parent will not has had an agreement with every word? You have your reader's interest. Now you point out what he will also agree with. That the children read something, and it is that they read now that has the greatest influence on their afterlife. It is their heroes, the men and women who are made to seem to them wonderful and worthy to parent after. To who form your children's characters. How important then that they should have the right reading, and here is the chance to get for them the 846 best stories for children from the literature of the whole world, picked by 2 famous educators, Dr. Eliot and Dr. Nielsen. They're on proof, persuasion, bargain, and free trial following swift succession. Proof, persuasion, bargain, and free trial. Everything is made easy, which is probably the reason this folder pulled as high as 8% on some lists. Which is probably the reason this folder pulled as high percent on some lists. Here's the folder itself. Which is probably the reason this folder. Here's the folder itself. You know how the little folks just love a good story. How they'd rather listen to one than eat or play or sleep. How they beg you sometimes to tell them a story to read them. What parent has not had that experience? What parent will not has had an agreement with every word? You have your reader's interest. No. How important then? This is copied. What the fuck? How important then that they should have the right reading and here is the chance to get for them the 846 best stories for children from the literature, the whole world picked by two. What the fuck? Okay, this is just copy pasted. To owners of Harvard Classic, an opportunity. Selling more. Harvard Classics, shelf of fiction. They will read something, and it's what they read now that determines what they are to be. It's their heroes, their ideals, the men and women. Ugh. Wonderful and what's the pattern after. Form your children's characters that have the greatest influence on their afterlife, that spell the difference frequently between success and failure. If you could pick out from all the literature of the world just the stories of folk, lore and fable, just the tales of fiction and history, just the poems that would give your children the right ideals, that would stimulate them to their best effort, that would give the best groundwork for their later studies. And if you could have the advice of the best read man and the greatest educator of his day as to that reading, you'd feel that no price was too high to pay for it. You can get just those stories, tales and poems, 846 of them, gone over by the best read man and the greatest educator of his day, Dr. Charles W. Eliot, for 40 years president of the Harvard University, approved and endorsed by him. They are bound up into 10 volumes, and you'll find Dr. Eliot's suggestions as to the training of your children in his introduction with a set. The 846 best stories for children from the literature of the world. All that is best in mythology and folklore, fairy tales and legends, historical romances and chivalry, stories of courage and daring, animal and nature stories. In short, all that is best in literature of childhood from every race and every land is included in these junior classic stories that the first mothers told at nightfall to their little ones, the folk tales and myths of the far north country, the Brer Rabbit stories of our own Southland. What is chivalry? Chivalry. Get my ugly face out of there. Chivalry. They will have anyone. Oh yeah, we have 0 viewers. Habu! Tales of Greece and Rome have a volume to themselves, and in them the child comes to know as familiar friends the great characters who, in high school days, he will meet again between the covers of textbooks. Then follow the stories of the heroes and heroines of heroines. We're selling heroin to kids? Of chivalry. Shakespeare's heroes and heroines too are here in selected plays, retold and rearranged to make easy reading for children. Alice in Wonderland is in the company, and Robinson Crusoe and Joan of Arc and Evangeline. The stories that never grow old are here, too, Aladdin and Simbad the Sailor. And the heroes and heroines of Scott's best stories. Scores, there are hundreds of the wonderful people of childhood. They are all here, ready to become the delightful associates of your own boy and girl. Save $30 and have the best. There are 846 stories, poems, tales, and essays in the Junior Classics children's 2-foot shelf book, a story each night at bedtime for nearly 3 years. Story each night. Wow. A story each night at bedtime for nearly 3 years. Purchased separately in the various bindings of the original publishers, these 846 masterpieces would cost $30 more than the price we asked for them in uniform bindings, the best product of the bookmaker's art. Bound up into 10 volumes in durable cloth binding, the price of these 846 stories, tales, and poems is only $16, payable at the rate of $1 a month, bound in 3/4 autumn leaf leather. The price is $24, payable $1.50 a month. A discount of 10% being allowed for full cash payment. Each of the 10 volumes has its colored frontispiece, a reproduction of a celebrated painting, and there are scores of illustrations and art education in themselves. The 846 masterpieces have been arranged by Professor Nielsen, head of the English department at the Harvard University, in reading courses, which make them a real training in the appreciation of great literature, and a stepping stone to the classics of the adult world. Stepping stone, okay. Home training planned by the greatest educators to develop character and ensure success. That is the junior classics in a single sentence. And sold at less than a third of what the individual parts would cost. My mother never read to me. And sold at less than a third of what the individual parts would cost. My mother never read to me. Pity the man or woman who, looking back over life's journey, must say, my mother never read to me. To him, one of the richest joys of existence has been denied. Schoolwork would have been easier, life's tasks more meaningful, had there been the background of idealism and mental uplift gained in his first plastic years in his own home. It is for the boy or girl who covers this rich experience, for the parent who wants to draw close to his or her child through the pages of great literature, but who is perplexed as to just what or how to read, that the junior classics is offered. Give me a child until he's 7 years old, said Cardinal Newman, and I care not who has him after. Wow, that's interesting. That's profound. Give your boy or girl for the first years of his life to the great ideals and noble thoughts of literature. Make his or her heroes not the rude figures of the Sunday supplements, the great characters, men and women, who have made history. Fill his or her mind with such images and ideals, and you need not worry for the future. So this is appealing to great motive. Like I think this ties back to the love aspect of, the types of motives that drive people to take action. There's obviously some fear in here. Like parents obviously want their children to succeed, so there's probably fear of missing out and not giving such a wonderful opportunity to their children. Though I think that this mainly bases around love. So parents want to give their uttermost love to their children by giving them like very nutritious stories that essentially just develop their mental capacities and just will essentially give them a future of ease. Their school years will be easier. They will be high achieving and successful man. And this is the whole motives. This is the whole appeal in this circular, I believe. It was to do this for the mothers and fathers and children of America that the leading educators of America gave of their best. It was to do this for the mothers and fathers and children of America that the leading educators of America gave of their best to the junior classics, and that Dr. Eliot agreed to lend his splendid reputation and influence to their success. There is no university like mother's reading to her child. There is no university, says a celebrated authority, like mother's reading to her child. That is the inspiration of the junior classics. For if mother or father, who cares what his child might become? Who cares, that is, as much as 3 cents, money and 5 minutes of time a day? This splendid library lifts an enormous burden. For here, authoritatively selected and scientifically arranged, are the works that for generations have proved their power to mold character, make schoolwork easier, ensure success. Henry Clay said, "A wise mother and a good book enabled me to succeed in life." She was very poor, but never too poor to buy books for her children. It is a it is a mean sort of poverty that starves the mind to feed the body. Did you ever hear the story? So there's proof elements. So Henry Clay stating that he wouldn't be the man he is today if it wasn't for the diet of books that he was fed in his childhood years by his mother. Therefore, I think it appeals parents to want to give this to their children. Did you ever hear the story of the youngest governor of Minnesota ever had, the late Governor John A. Johnson? He was talking one day of his start in life. "The man who influenced my career more than any other," he said, "lived in our little hometown. He lent me the right books. He taught me what to read and how. Much of what I am I owe to that man and to those books, the right books, because their influence came into the life of that simple small town boy. At the critical periods of his boyhood, ambitions were awakened and purposes stirred, which brought him finally to the governor's chair. Without them, he might have been content to remain forever behind the right books, because their influence came into the life of that simple small town boy. The critical period of his boyhood, ambitions were awakened, and purposes stirred, which brought him finally to the governor's chair. Without them, he might have been content to remain forever behind the counter of the store where he started to work. It was the books coming to him in the molding years of youth that showed him the world and taught him how to conquer it. Wow, that's a very powerful appeal. Dip into the biography of almost any man or woman who has reached success and you will find this story of good books repeated. Franklin Jackson, Clay, Hampton, Lincoln. None of these men ever had the advantage of a good schooling. All of them owed their great success in life to the influence of good books. Examine the books for a week at our expense. Don't take our word for the value and interest of this set. Don't take as final the judgment of Dr. Eliot, the foremost educator of his day. Let us lend you the books for a week without cost and without obligation. Examine them for yourself. Read in your own home a few of the 846 stories and poems in Junior Classics, then decide whether these stories will be worth 2 or 3 cents each to your children, in pleasure, in profit, in mental growth. Remember, you are under no obligation to keep them. We send the books to you prepaid for 1 week to read, to examine, to talk over with your family. If you like them, send us only $1 at the end of the week and $1 a month until the set is paid for. If not, return it without any question at our expense. Send no money, merely ask to see these stories that have been approved for your children by Dr. Charles W. Eliot, President Emeritus of Harvard University, who has directed the training of more successful men than probably any other man in the world. The enclosed card brings them to you, merely dropping in the mail. After the Junior Classics, we worked our lists on half a dozen other sets of books. Principal among them. After the Junior Classics, we worked our lists on half a dozen other sets of books. Principal among them, Me's Story of the Great War, Lodge's History of Nation, The Story of the Great War, Lodge's History of Nation, and Shakespeare. Here's the typical letter on the war story, written early in 1917 when it looked as though the end might come any minute. After the war, what? A close card dropping in the mail, so just making everything easy to follow. After the war, what? Do you know what will probably happen after this World War? Are you familiar with the fundamental conditions which underlie the development and progress of nations? Do you know what actually happened after other wars in England, for instance, after the Napoleonic campaigns, in our own United States after the Civil War, to belligerents and neutrals after the Franco-Prussian War, in international trade after the Japanese war. Do you know whether peace sends the price of commodities up or down? Makes money easy or scarce? Do you know if any nation actually faced bankruptcy or repudiated a war debt? How war debts affect taxation? How often have you wished that you could speak with authority backed by actual knowledge of the real inside facts of this world war, of its probable outcome and its effect upon our trade, our institutions, and our standing? So what is repudiated? This is like disgust. Story of the Great War. What led up to it, how it began, through it all. Contains the facts that you as a businessman must know. It tells the full story of this greatest crisis in the world's history. A crisis that affects contain things. It tells the full story of this greatest crisis in the world's history. A crisis. Oh, my chest is fucked up. It tells the full story of this greatest crisis in the world's history. Do you for one moment imagine that any nation tells the full story of this greatest crisis in the world's history, a crisis that affects you and me almost as closely as the nations of Europe? Do you for one moment imagine that any nation of group or group of nations can contract debts amounting to 60 billions of dollars without affecting the entire credit system of the whole world? Do you suppose that 14 million can be killed, wounded, or lost without affecting labor and capital everywhere? Do you think that the whole map of Europe can be changed without this disturbing the even tenor? Okay, got it. Money to 60 billions of dollars without affecting the entire credit system of the whole world. Do you suppose that 14 million men can be killed, wounded, or lost without affecting labor and capital everywhere? Do you think that a whole map of Europe can be changed without disturbing the even tenor of our ways? I think this is worth picturing, honestly. I don't understand uh, the whole structure of this ad. What led up to it? How to get through it all? War is blazing the way for America to commercial. This is America's opportunity. War is blazing the way for America to commercial supremacy. However long the war may continue, Europe must eventually reconstruct. Thousands of square miles of territory, now in ruins, must be rebuilt. Millions upon millions of people must be clothed and fed. You are a businessman. Put the question squarely up to yourself. How much do you really know about the resources of the different countries of Europe, their wealth in men and material and food stuff? What likelihood there is of any country being forced to give in? Starving is a revolution likely in Australia or Russia. Can Great Britain be blocked? Can Great Britain be blockaded by submarines? The answer to these questions are all to be found. So this is sparking a lot of curiosity. The answer to these questions are all to be found in the five-volume story of the Great War. Without these answers, how can you form an intelligent opinion as to what will happen? How can you plan ahead for your own business future? Heretofore, we Americans have a deep sense of self-sufficiency. We haven't had time or inclination. Bro, I'm just reading through this. I'm not understanding anything. You're a businessman. Put your questions squarely. What is this? Squarely up to yourself. I don't know this. How much do you really know about the research of the different countries of Europe, their wealth in man and material and food stuff? What likelihood is of any country being forced to give in? Is Germany really starving? Is revolution likely in Austria or Russia? Can Great Britain be blockaded by submarines? The answers to these questions are all to be found in the five-volume story of the Great War. Without these answers, how can you form an intelligent opinion as to what will happen? Plan ahead for your own business life, business future. Okay, this is the motive. This is the appeal we're doing here. Yes, how can you form an appeal? Heretofore, we Americans have had a deep sense of self-sufficiency. We haven't had time or inclination to know how the rest of the world lived, but now we must know. England, Germany, and other nations reaching out after the commerce and new markets studied countries and people's conditions. So the American businessman, the manufacturers and merchant, and the salesman must inform himself if he would develop it, if he hopes to make the most of present opportunities. The world's great events, 10 volumes. With the five-volume story of the Great War covered the whole history of the world from the dawn of civilization to the present day. The two sets together and bring the entire world home to you. They tell you about all the peoples of the earth. They show you many a parallel to the present great struggle in the history of other nations during the past 5,000 years. They bring out the absolutely important facts and figures about every nation that you must know. Well, there's cars beeping. They bring out the absolutely important facts and figures about every nation that you must know. Not dry facts, dryly stated, but thrilling facts told in an intensely interesting narrative that makes these histories So not dry facts, dryly stated, but thrilling facts, telling an intensely interesting narrative that makes these histories read like the most enticing of fiction. The leading historians of the world wrote these histories into a few attractive, easy reading volumes that are condensed on all the mass of all the mass of material, which in all time histories occupied many volumes and cost hundreds of dollars. There are 5 so we're making it a no-brainer here. So this is the word picturing, I guess, into a few attractive, easy reading volumes, all condensed to the mass of material in which old times history occupied many volumes and cost hundreds of dollars. There are 5 copiously illustrated volumes. There are 5 copiously illustrated volumes in the story of the Great War, beautifully bound in 3/4 letter, 3/4 in 3/4 letter. 5 copiously illustrated volumes in the story of the Great War. Copiously. What is this copiously? Dang it, and copies. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. There are 5 copies illustrated. Come on, brother. Copiously full of volume. Okay. Large. They are copiously, they are vastly illustrated. They are copiously, they are abundantly illustrated. Beautifully bound with 3/4 letter, and 10 in the world's great events, bound in a rich dark brown cloth. While the present edition lasts, we can make you a special combination price on these 15 volumes of $2.20 a piece. While the present edition lasts, we can. $33 for the 2 sets, payable at the rate of only $1.50 a month, a discount of 10%, being allowed for full cash payment. This offers holds good, however, only while the present edition lasts. For paper, ink, and binding age, this offer holds good, however, only while the present edition lasts. Paper, ink, and binding are going up by leaps and bounds. The price of our next edition will have to be raised accordingly. Examine the books for week 3. Leaps and bounds, leaps and bounds. The price of our next edition will have to be raised accordingly. Examine the book for week 3. Don't take our word for the value and interest of these great books. Don't take the word of the thousands of scholars and statesmen and businessmen who have bought, recommended them. Let us lend the book themselves. 1 second. Ciao, ciao. The phrase leaps and bounds means very quickly or by large amounts. Paper ink. Copywriting Express for the week's free examination. Send us $1.50 at the end of the week and only $1.50 a month until paid for. If not, return them without question at our expense. But remember to not our present prices will only hold until the stock now on hand is exhausted. Now is the time. After the war is over, anyone can say what the outcomes have been, what effect peace has had upon our industries. But hindsight is kind of seldom. What is um and the books themselves for you week free so you can see for yourself how intensely interesting they are, what a wonderful field they open to you. But up to you. Remember their prices. Now is the time. After the war is over, anyone can say what the outcomes have been, what the outcome has been, what effect peace has had upon our industries. But hindsight, this kind is seldom very valuable. Hindsight of this kind is seldom very valuable. It is the man who can judge these things now, the man who, with foresight, who can plan ahead, that will forge into the front rank of America. Okay, hindsight. Okay, got it. Now, while every edition of the newspaper is centering your interest on Europe, now, when the knowledge will be of infinite value to you, it's the time to acquire that knowledge, not only of the full story of this war, but of the effects of previous wars in trade, in credit, and labor and capital. Trade and credit, labor and capital. Spend no money, merely ask to see these books that tell all these essential facts in the history of the world in the most interest essential facts in the history in the most interesting and authoritative way imaginable. Car brings them. Drop in the mail now. Yours very truly. Hold about 3% on our customer lists, and about 1% on such lists as doctors, lawyers, accountants, engineers, and other occupational names. It was mailed under 1 cent postage, so the letter, circular, and card cost only about 2 So the letter, circular, and card cost only about two and three quarters to 3 cents in the mill, which gave us a cost of about $1 an order on a 3% pull. About $1 an order, 3% pull, and $3 an order at 1%. Considering that the history sold for 33 bucks, there was a goodly margin of profit at both figures. Lodge's history was older and had little of timely appeal. Lodge's history was older and had little timely appeal, so we did not do so well on it. From the following letter, we got about 1% of orders on our customer list, and from the folder which follows the letter, we got about 3.5% from occupational lists. There was a profit in both these figures, for both letter and folder were very inexpensively done, the letter costing less than 2 cents. Costing less than 2 cents in the mail and the folder less than 2.5 cents. But the results did not run into big figures. 100 years ago, all Europe was in arms against Napoleon. Today, almost the whole world is arrayed against the Kaiser. Napoleon ended his days on the rocky isle of St. Helena. Will the Kaiser do the same? It is much the same old history, old story. One nation tries to impose its rule by force upon all the others. One man tries to dominate the world. Xerxes, Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon the Kaiser, all dreamed of world domination, all attained some measure of success, but what was feasible in the times of Alexander and Julius Caesar is utterly impossible in these days of universal enlightenment. The world must be and will be made safe for democracy. After the Battle of Waterloo, Belgium and Holland and Luxembourg were set up as neutral states. After the Battle of Waterloo, Belgium and Holland and Luxembourg were set up as neutral states. Do you know why? Have you ever heard of the long story of diplomacy, an intrigue that lay behind the Triple Alliance and Triple Entente? You remember the Agadir incident? Have you ever read an impartial account of the Reconstruction period that our southern states went through after the Civil War? Do you know that many of the states of Europe will have to experience the same reconstruction after the present war? Well, these circulars are complicated. Going too detailed into the description, and I'm not understanding the like the framework behind it. It's just another case of history repeating itself. Like, who is their target audience for them to want to go through all of this kind of texty stuff? Like, where are the benefits immediately outlined? Word is word picturing is just another case of history repeating itself. All of the various phases of reconstruction and readjustments in commerce and trade and credits can be judged from the experience of past wars. You can use real foresight. You can safely plan. Okay, here it is. You can use real foresight. You can safely plan ahead, if you will, but profit by the lessons of history. Now, while every edition of the newspaper is riveting your attention on the problems of the war now, when the knowledge may be of infinite value to you, is the time to acquire that practical working knowledge of history that the forward-looking American of today must have. Riveting. Now, while every edition. Oh man, it's 7 p.m. already. What the fuck? Bro, we're reading so slow. We've got like 100, 150 more pages to go. 150 more pages to be exact. 254 pages to be exact. Holy shit. Bro, this is not fair. Riveting. Riveting means completely capturing your attention. Something so interesting or intense that you can't look away. In every edition. Movie was so riveting. Like capturing completely. A new kind of history written for the modern busy man under the supervision of Senator Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts. You will find an interesting narrative from just the essential facts about how each nation that you need to know. It is the only collected history of the world that devotes a whole single volume to each of the larger nations, giving fully and in detail the story of each, and it brings that story down to the very opening of the present stupendous struggle. Stupendous, like ridiculous, I guess. Impressive, amazing, or enormous. Essentially astonishing, with size, power, okay. Immense struggle. They made a stupendous effort. Preamble. The large history of nations brings out the absolutely important facts about all the warning. The large history of nations bring out the absolutely important facts about all the warning. All the warring nation. What the fuck? So much words I don't know. Ugh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Brother. Okay, all the warring, all the warring nations. Struggle in history. It brings out facts and figures about each nation with statistics and data that cannot be readily or conventionally located elsewhere. Not dry facts, dryly stated, but thrilling facts told in an intensely interesting narrative that makes these histories read like the most enticing fiction so easy. The Large History of Nations was originally published by the Snow Company of Chicago at prices ranging from $120 to $625. Never before been sold at less than these figures. Publishing as we do some 5 million books a year, we have manufacturing facilities that the company did not have. And because of these, we have been able to print the complete 25 volumes of Large History of Nations on special watermark papers. Same plates as the finest deluxe sets. The price of only $44. 2/3 less than the lowest price named by the Snow Company, and you can pay for the books as you like, even as little as $2 a month. Examine the books for a week at our expense. Don't take our word for the wonderful value and interest of this great set of histories. Don't take the word of the thousand satisfied owners. Examine the books yourself for a week in your own home without cost, without obligation. Tien decide. Send no money. Merely drop the enclosed card in the mail and the complete set will be sent to you immediately at our own expense for a week's examination. If during that week you can see where the books will be during that week you can see where the books will 70 a day to a day 70 a day to you in pleasure and profit and accept. You can see where the books will be worth to a day to you. 70 a day to you in pleasure. Not return them without question at our expense. But at least ask to see the set that ex-president Andrew Cornell University calls the best world history by modern historians. Yours very truly. There followed after these Shakespeare dramas. Oh yes, we're getting up to the next chapter. There followed after these Shakespeare Dumas, different memoirs, and the like. The memoirs letter started with the story of the drummer boy's wife, who saved the Tsar from his army, and the Turks. Hinted at a dozen other interesting incidents of the kind touched upon the Pompadour, whose true story makes the legend of King Cophetua and the beggar maid seem tame by comparison. It showed how her sinister motto, after the deluge, led logically to the revolution of the Rhine Terror, just as the rottenness of the Czars brought similar scenes to Russia more than 100 years later. the Pompadour, Deluge. After us, the Deluge. You, the Deluge. Après nous, les Deluge. We're going, everything will collapse, or more figuratively, left the Tourette's as a count. Shuhad. Needless to say, such stories won reader interest and brought back orders in profitable volume, but none of them compared in sales with the Harvard Classics and Junior Classics. These were our standbys. With the reputation of Dr. Eliot back of them, we were able to go to every country town and hamlet, and leave at least a few sets of these darling sterling works. But accepting on inquiries that salesmen were enabled to sell, we were not allowed to touch the larger towns and cities where most of the population lives and where most of the reading is done. Well, Jensen Prince over Denmark. Or, contrary to general belief, our experience was that it's far easier to sell dwellers in the cities by mail than it is the far fanner. This is true even of such merchandise as coats, shirts, ties, and other wearing apparel. It is far more true of books. Dwellers. While our sales were limited, it was hard to get highly profitable percentages of orders from telephone books and automobile registrations. The occupational lists paid well. There were comparatively few of them in the rural communities. While as for the most profitable lists of all the buyers of other sets published by concerns like the reviews, buyers of other sets published by concerns like footnotes, double day, etc. were barred. Or banned, barred. Copywriting. These reasons ourselves are not generally about 250,000 a year. Even if we had the whole country to draw upon, if we had the aliens. All the hovels. City dwellers. Farm. Oh my god, what is this? What the fuck? City. So, what is this? I'm just diving into some fucking creepy pasta. Sorry. City dweller. I need to get a visual. I need to get a visual representation of that. Planet farmer. It is harder to found to fucking farmers. For contrary to show, it's far easier to sell as a village in the city and by mail than it is to farmer. We were barred from using them. Was barred. Mhm. Hmm. Hovels. What are hovels? Come on, hurry up. False. That's a show book. Uh-huh. So it's like handcuffs for like horses. Uh-huh. Maar is steeds zo. Sorry, okay. I mean, oh yeah, that's totally true. Government regulations put hobbles on innovation. Okay, that's interesting. Wow. Girl hidden one. Greater gift. Well, the gift of the magic. When the rattlesnake struck. Or history, that's all. How much? So chapter 3. Oh my god. Oh man, there's so much reading material. This is really supposed to be a fucking 30-day challenge, Gary. Huh? 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 I'll stick to your word, man. Whatever. I'll be right back. La 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 la. We're back. Telling $2 million worth of O. Henry stories for more than 30 years. 30 years. Never mind. Be right back. We're back. Come on. Well, I guess we're still not getting viewers. Lord. Competing intensely. Complete stories. They get a reader's attention. Okay, so I think this is a really good tip. A really good note to take in the future. Like, to just violently grab the reader's attention, take him through this story of which he is very engaged, and somehow just, cut it off midway when he's like at peak entertainment, and all of a sudden he is taking his axis from finding out what happens, from getting to the weeds uh, of of what the outcome will be, of uh, what the hidden plot will be, right? Um, and that way, it's since they have so much of this desire to find out what will happen built up inside them, um, it's gonna essentially help and ease into making a buying decision, because all of a sudden all of their resistance and inertia they had towards buying it is gone, because now they're like fully enveloped in the story. I want to find out what happened, like what happens, like I want to find out about it essentially, and they want to find the answer. And I think that humans don't like incomplete things. I think that's a psychological thing. Hmm. It's like when you um. Let me give a quick. I remember a really good example. Um, it's like when you see someone making a puzzle and they have like one piece left, right? And they just decide to leave it there and just walk out. If you were there in that room and you were staring at the incomplete puzzle, like you would get annoyed, you would get pissed, you would just want to fill in the puzzle. So eventually you would just grab the piece and finish the puzzle. And now like you weren't ordered to do it. You simply didn't like the feeling of incompleteness. So therefore you took the action to go there and complete it. I think it's the same way here with the story. You don't like the incomplete story, so you want to find out more about it. You want to find answers. You want to find out what happened. So you take the action necessary to complete it, to not leave it incomplete. Which ties back to human psychology. Humans don't like to leave things incomplete. We like things in order when they're complete, right? Two more letters and circulars. $1 million worth of orders. Saving to you of $95. Storage. Okay, I gotta, just speed up the pace because I'm going very fucking slow. Saving to you of $95. The original edition of O. Henry's works was yearly snapped up at $125 a set, yet here we offer 6 stories printed from the same plates and containing every word at less than a third of the price. In addition, we give you 7 best novels free. For years, yeah. God damn it. Oh, garbage. Like tablets, textbooks of English literature, including stories, reading his place in literature, theatrical, buying with one, intensely competing with one to dramatize stories. He's considered the biggest, strongest living force that has broken loose in English literature for many a long year. In short, he is the greatest writer of the short story the world has ever known. So great is the popularity of O. Henry, so enormous the demands for his books, that we should like nothing better than to continue this offer for all time. But we can't. It costs more than twice as much now to make the sets as it did. Paper prices have quadrupled. 2.5 times as much bargain. Let's stock now ahead less. You can get O. Henry price and E. Phillips Oppenheim 7 volumes free. No, knew so much of the secret history of Europe. Treats the startling accidents the sudden death. Done my turn. White and skinny. White and skinny, plotting whispers. Well, these are your stories. Marvelous genius is the top. Thrilled. 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 The girl hidden one. Now, while you can get your O. Henry set, the 7 volumes of Oppenheim free, this is your chance. The car brings you both sets. That's 12 volumes of O. Henry contain his 274 complete stories and 7 best novels of E. Phillips Oppenheim free. You pay all the charges when you get your set. Look for its lustrous. What is lustrous? He holds you enthralled. Oh, yep, that story's personal. Lustos. Lustros. But you know what gift makes the poor rich? Down goes the price of all of that. But all Henry has ever had is one third of. That is the difference between the peak price of the post-war years and the pre-war price. Our own costs are down yet to pre-war figures, but we feel that the quickest way to get them there is to bring our price to you down where it ought to be. Make it speak, it is our bedrock price. This one addition for you. Your own satisfaction, understanding and sympathy. That's understanding and sympathy. Marvelous indeed are his tales, bits of God, you and me. That's wrong. Right. So, all right, so this is a word picturing. It has sympathy for everything. Belief in the good that is in all of us. Its appeal is universal. Whether you live in New York or Copenhagen, it makes you his friend. But his first story tells you a thousand others. Through the shadows with O. Henry. It has long been known that there was a mystery in the life of O. Henry. It remained for all Jennings, sheriff. For all Jennings, share outlaw, doctrine. Believe swear those are early days ago. Outlaw Bronco Buster. Hillary. Bronco Buster. O. Henry lived a life crowded with vivid incidents, hot-head adventures, stirring romance. These were his, in that part of his life which he so carefully guarded from the public. He was afraid the public would misunderstand, but here the story is told so understandingly, so tenderly, that when you have to read it, when you have read it, you will love O. Henry not less but more, while they last. That's a great headline. This is no polished masterpiece of style. It was written by an ex-outlaw, ex-train robber, the friend of Theodore Roosevelt and General Miles, the friend O. Henry ever had. As in the rarest of all quantities. So that's thrilling. And you forget. I'm able to get only a small number of copies. Third snap. O. Henry free. Never do. Such an honor. But message, put your name in. Your manager. Yours truly. Yes, there are many old. His work are worthy of their best set. Their best. Their sets well. Shinto. Shinto stuff. Shinto style. What is Shinto? Levant screened. Oh wow, it's kind of beautiful. Those minerals things. Joy. Let's see. $1 million worth of sales in a single year on a set that was supposed to be just about dead. That's pretty good. Just about there was pretty good. The real test came with the second year. Could we keep it up? It looked for a while as though we could not. We tried several variations of the original appeals, but they would not work. Circulars, which the previous year pulled 2, 3, and even 4%, were down below 1%. Advertisements, which had brought us orders for $1 and $2 a piece, suddenly climbed to $5 and $6. Something was wrong. We tried all the different ways we knew, analyzed the results from every standpoint, and finally hit upon this. One of our most effective headlines in previous years had been "Before the price goes up." After it, we went on to explain that paper binding and labor were jumping skyward by leaps and bounds, that we had some thousands of sets manufactured at the old low rates, that when these were gone, the price would have to go up. The argument was true, and prices of other commodities were rising so rapidly that people recognized its truth. But when the price did actually go up at the beginning of the second year, sales dropped to the point where they were no longer profitable. So we decided to try another kind of hurry up, and the one we hit up was Last Chance to Get Jack London Free. Mind you, we had been giving Jack London our open hand for the mystery and effective stories or some other premium for 6 years, and people had come to expect it. They had grown tired of hearing of raises in prices, probably no longer believed further raises possible, but the threat of losing the premium was something different. Uh-huh. Strange as it may seem, putting in that one line changed the results overnight. Back went sales to the previous year's figures. Ads pulled again, and circulars how they pulled. For the second time, we sold $1 million worth of O. Henry's books in a single year. Wow. The letters we used were not essentially different from the previous ones. They merely specialize on price and last chance. Get a taste of my schizophrenic abilities. The letters we used were not essentially different from the previous ones. They merely specialized on. Just ate a fucking booger on life. No fucking way. The letters we used were not essentially different from the previous ones. They merely specialize on price and last chance. Спасибо, бабушка. Спасибо. The letters we used were not essentially different from the previous ones. They merely specialized on price and last chance. Aside from that, they went over much the same ground as before. They had to, for in sales extending over 7 years, pretty nearly everything had been said about O. Henry that could be said. So we put our main dependence upon hurry up for the over much the same ground as before. They had to, for in sales extending nearly everything. Pretty neatly everything had been said about O. Henry that could be said. So we put our main dependence upon hurry up for the orders, and hurry up did the work. In other words, as Mr. Lanier used to say often, it is not the copy that counts so much as the scheme back of it. In him and Fred Stone I had two as ever an ambitious use. Needs to say, it is not the copy that counts so much. In him and Fred Stone, I had two as astute teachers as ever an ambitious user of the mails could ask for. They had been using the mails, books and magazines for 25 years, and what they did not know about it was not worth knowing. I had youth and enthusiasm and a flair for copy that seemed to bring home the orders. They had the experience and judgment to guide these into the proper channels, and too, Fred Stone had a genius for handling people and organizing work, without which those thousands of orders would have been a liability instead of an asset. So we got through our second year. Mr. Lanier and Fred Stone. That ended the big sale on O. Henry, $2 million worth in 2 years seemed to just about saturate the market. At any rate, it saturated the available lists of book buyers. For though we kept trying for the next several years, the O. Henry sales never again went over the $100,000 mark for any 1 year. Then the literary digest brought up the complete set in one volume to use as a premium with their magazine, and that put an end to the set sale for good. What was responsible for this big sale? The same thing that is responsible for any sale, making your reader want it. We did not ask him to take our word for the interest of the O. Henry stories or their value to him as cross sections of human nature. We gave him enough of the stories themselves to arouse his own interest. We gave him enough, but not too much. Then we told him everybody was reading them, that they were the equal of a university course in practical psychology, that even without their story interest, they were worth all their cost just as a study in human nature. Finally, we gave him a reason why he must order it once or lose a really worthwhile premium that would otherwise be his free. In short, we aimed first at making the reader want the stories for themselves alone. When we felt we had succeeded in that, we gave him as many excuses for buying them as we could think of. When we felt we had succeeded in that, we gave him as many excuses to think of, and the real reason why he must do it right away. Lastly, we made it easy. We sent him a postcard that brought the books. We sent him a postcard that brought the books to him without cost or obligation for weeks free reading. We sent him a postcard that brought the books. We sent him a postcard that brought the books to him without cost or obligation for weeks free reading. As much as he liked, see for himself how interesting, how valuable the books. Then decide. You might think of that would result in a heavy percentage of return sets. Our average returns of O. Henry sets ran at around 10%. At the highest, they were was 14%. That's not bad, especially as most of them came back in perfect condition and needed only rewrapping, reboxing to be used again. The payments, too, were good. Ordinarily, we took time to look up each order in our files and in the record of the Mail Order Credit Association, where the credit experience of some 15 or 20 companies is pulled. When it's $3,000 in a single day, you cannot always take the time to do this. So during the rush, we shipped everything that looked good to us without investigation and looked up only the doubtful ones. Ordinarily, we wrote off 30% of our gross business to cover returns, cancellations, collection, expenses, and losses. That our judgment so bad in picking the good orders, it proved by the fact that we had to increase our 30% by only 3% during those 2 years of rush time, and the saving in time and clerical expense more than made up for that. It is not safe to assume, as so many do, that 90% of the people are honest. In the early days of selling by mail, that was true. But people have learned how easy it is to get goods and credit by mail, and the unscrupulous ones have taken advantage of it. The result that there has grown up a class of professional curiosity seekers and deadbeats. People who send for everything that can be secured without a down payment and hold on to it until forced by threats of post office action or court judgment to return it. The Mail Order Credit Association has reports of more than 300,000 of these men and women who have fleeced 2 or more of its members, in some cases all of its members. If you guard against these, then you can safely assume that 90% or more of those who order your goods are honest, but not till then. Okay, so let's see the words I don't know. Scrupulous ones. Deadbeats. War, a war history that's sold. All right. Sumptuous, luxurious. There are many admirers. Oh, how I feel that his works are worth. Your sensible and more sumptuous style. Sumptuous, luxurious. Sensible and more sumptuous style. Levant. Ah, brother. Ranking morals, ethics, scrupulous. In that team, unscrupulous. A war history that sold. What became of the? I need to get like a great chair. This one's really fucking killing my back. I need like a comfortable one, like one I can just lay down here and frolic like a fucking lobster. What became Test Simon's History of the World War and the Emerson Institute of Efficiency? What became of the test on Simon's History of the World War and the Emerson Institute of Efficiency? Oh, Henry Selling was going on. You have probably asked that question several times while reading the last two chapters. Not really. They were not neglected, you may be sure, even though they were outshone. Oh my god, so many words, bro. Shut up. Outshone. About to have more money. Living expenses, food, clothing, rent, amusements have doubled or more than doubled in cost. Amusements. This is like entertaining stuff, like just hanging out and stuff. Amusements. Okay. Amusement park. Face costs. How does speculating or gambling or changing your line and afford can double or triple your income in a reasonably short time? There's only one way you can do it. Okay, so this directly appeals to a topic that might be a top of mind of high achieving men. These is who they're targeting: men who need more money, who want to live more comfortably. So they're presenting a very logical argument here. You need more money because everything is going up. You won't be able to live comfortably if you don't have more money. So how can you double, triple your income in a reasonably short time? The only way we can do it that is by using all your powers, 100% of your abilities instead of the 10, 25, or 50% used by 99 men out of 100. Professor William James, one of the world's greatest psychologists says, as a rule, men habitually use only a small part of the power which they actually possess. Compared with what they ought to be, they are only half. Awake, their fires are damped, their drafts are checked. They are making use of only a small part of their possible mental and physical resources. Damped. This is like their fires are extinguished. Is that it? Success, in short, is simply a matter of intelligent direction of your own powers. All the essentials of success are within you. They are simply awaiting proper development. Our industrial captains, our merchant princes, our financial kings, our intellectual leaders, all started their careers with a mental and physical equipment no greater than that of the average man's. They made their success by using all of their powers instead of the small percentage utilized by the average man. Now, be honest with yourself. What is the barrier that blocks your progress to the things you most desire in life? What is it that keeps you from making more money? Isn't it inefficiency? Failure to use capacity. Failure to use the capacity, the powers to use the powers with which you have been endowed, with which you have been born with. Reduce the restraint. I mean, it's a natural given of blessed with something such as talent, ability, or resource. The talent. refers to the natural talents are or inner strengths a person already has. The suggestion is that inefficiency comes from not using them fully. She is endowed with great musical talent. Redan inventad musiker. Svår översättning. Shut up. Efficiency, 100% use of your talents would bring you immediate advancement, would enable you to double or triple your income, especially now when there is so great a demand for big men to fill the many big jobs that have been created or left open by the war. With efficiency behind him, any man, regardless of previous training or education, can hold down the biggest jobs in the business world today. Ordinary ability, properly developed, says Theodore N. Vail, president of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, is all that is necessary to reach the highest rung in a ladder of success. Meaning of rung. I feel like this is more a live stream of me trying to not be a very low sophisticated English individual because of my poor vocabulary. So I have to constantly look up the meanings of the words. That ability you have, the development must come through efficiency. Properly directed, the latent ability in you will enable you to reach any height to which you may aspire to realize ambitions that now seem impossible of attainment. Okay, so this is appealing to their desires, to the motives of a high-achieving man. For anything you have to do, whether it be the building of a skyscraper, the managing an office, the winning of a bigger job, there is but one efficient way, one best way of doing it. Efficiency will point out to you that one best way. Efficiency is common sense applied. It's common sense applied. Run, meaning a step on a ladder, but used figuratively. Ladder. Ladder. A ladder. A ladder. Level or stage of disfigured at level or stage in hierarchy, especially disfigured here. Stage. Right here. Properly directed, the latent ability in you will enable you to reach any height to which, okay. Efficiency is common sense applied. The latent ability, latent Latent ability. Showed employers how to increase profits. It shows employees how to increase their earnings. It shows the professional man how to get more out of the day's work and out of life. Efficiency, however, is a science with definite laws, and the average man is no more familiar with its vital principles than he is with the principles of any other science of which he has made no study. In the Emerson course, you will learn from a master of efficiency the fundamental principles that are responsible for all successes in life and business. Not only do you learn these principles, but you receive actual training in their application. Harrington Emerson is rightly regarded as the central figure of the worldwide efficiency movement. He was the first to draw the attention to the nation to the elimination of industrial waste, first to formulate and apply the principles of efficiency to industries, and first to conceive the application of these principles to the individual. For 20 years, Emerson made notes and collected data for a course in efficiency for the individual. During this time, he and his associates were in close touch with every scientific and technical advance, collecting and recording over 25,000 samples of modern progress in efficiency. Then, for 2 years, competent assistants traveled with him and aided him in building up the course. When it was finally finished, after being rewritten a dozen times, Dr. Walter L. Harvey of the New York Department of Education was engaged to go over the course word by word with Mr. Emerson's assistants to be sure that everything which modern scientific educational should be done. Experts in home studies Experts in home study courses in the science of efficiency were engaged to organize the Emerson Institute, which watches over the work of the students, helps them over the hard places, and incites them to give them their best. Oh my god, what the fuck? Insights. Maybe interests. Maybe incentivizes to encourage. Yeah. Okay. Medicine has to give pushes and insists. Okay. Lock the fuck in, bitch. Thousands of dollars in money at the time of some of the highest paid men in the country were freely spent in preparing the course. It represents the knowledge and experience gained in 40 years of work in over 200 plants, many of them the largest of their kind in the whole world. For his work in just one of these plants, Mr. Emerson was paid $500,000, yet we offer you the results of all his research and experience made up into 24 lessons for only $1.25 a lesson. $30 for the entire 24 lessons, payable $1 with order $2 in 1 month, and then $3 a month for 9 months. Examine the first 3 lessons at our risk. The enclosed order form will bring them each one a week apart, subject to 30 days examination. Read them, try them out. If you are not more than satisfied with the results at the end of 30 days, if you cannot see where they will double or triple your earning power, send them back, and your first payment of $1 will be refunded immediately in full. Send them back, and your first payment of $1 will be refunded immediately and in full. Remember, Mr. Emerson is no mere theorist or dreamer. He's a wide-awake, world-famous professional man, one of the most busiest business engineers in the country. In his very first big job, the savings affected reached the enormous sum of $1,500,000 per year, while the amount paid him for his services was $150,000. The Western Union Telegraph Company, the Gorham MFG Company, the Mutual Life Insurance Company, the Corbin Law Company, the Yale and Town MFG Company considers throwing in a lot of social proof, a lot of proof elements, proof in the pudding, and scores of the other nationally known concerns have themselves subscribed to the Emerson course in personal efficiency for large classes of their employees. The Scoville MFG Company of Waterbury, Con, alone gives us a class of 324 men, for which they paid us $11,080.80. Wow. Merely attach your check or a dollar bill, which will be returned to you after you have seen the lessons if you decide not to go through the course. To be attached order forms and mail in the enclosed envelope. The first lesson will go forward immediately, and the next 2 will follow a week apart. So, I think there's no urgency or scarcity really. You have to find the best easiest and quickest way to deserve it. You must begin by developing efficiency in the handling of time. So the lesson 2 of Emerson course in personal efficiency is developed. It is devoted to keeping a record of your time. This record will measure your progress and show its direction. It will warn you of your wrong methods and efficient operations. It will show the way to shortcuts and furnish a basis for all future work of efficiency development. We are mailing lesson 2 to you today, although your first payment of $2.50 has not yet reached us. However, $2.50 a month, 80 a day, 8 cents a day is so trifling as some compared with the dividends in actual money that this course will pay you, and pay you immediately, that we are sure your failure to forward your first payment has been due merely to oversight on your part. Day after day, letters pour into us telling of revolutionized lives, increased earnings, greater health, savings in time and money, in effort, greater efficiency, greater happiness. There is the merchant who increased the business of his store $36,000 a year as a result of efficiency. There is the man who had to borrow the money to subscribe for the course, who is now, as a result of efficiency, the president of a large pneumatic tool company out in the Northwest. This man thinks so much of the course that every year at Christmas time he gives a number of them to his friends. There is the young fellow just out of school working for a salary of $35 per month. For the course he got the training that enabled him to fill a position paying $250 per month. Wow. One man writes, I'm 58 and I've just begun to live. Another says, I've been born anew as a result of efficiency. One man tells us of increasing his monthly earnings over 1,000%, another of tripling his business before finishing the course. For everything that a man wishes to do, whether it is the building of a skyscraper to the writing of a novel, the managing of an office, the winning of a bigger position, there is but one efficient way, one best way of doing it. The purpose of the Emerson course is to enable you to find out one best way so that you can accomplish easily and quickly the things you have to do as well as the things you want to do. Efficiency is a science with definite laws, and the average man is no more familiar with its better principles than he is with the principles of any other science of which he has made to study. You're probably doing your best you can, but the question is, are you doing all that you are capable of doing? Are you making full use of your powers? Think of the times you've yearned for a bigger future, when you've grown impatient with all the barriers that seem to hold you down, when you've heard of the career. Okay, so we're diving into the pain points here. When you've heard of the career of some acquaintance whom you knew to be so inwardly no more capable than yourself. Here's your chance to equip yourself for success, as few men are equipped, under the guidance of probably the greatest efficiency agent the world has ever known, as the cost you of as at a cost to you of only 80 a day, 8 cents a day, $2.50 a month. You'll not hesitate to Surely you will not hesitate to spend that amount for the best services of a man to whom the great corporations of the country have paid as high as $500,000 for similar work in their organizations. You realize the necessity of personal efficiency if you are to get ahead. You can see the danger and risk of leaving the question to chance or convenience. You know that indecision, putting things off, is dangerous. Here's your chance to start today. Don't put it off. Don't wait until tomorrow. They say that work tomorrow has been the cause of the Spanish people's decay. When he wants Spaniard to do anything, he always says tomorrow. Tomorrow is never here. Today, that's the word for you. Pin your check or money order for $2.50 to this letter and return in the enclosed envelope. Do it now. The world's greatest efficiency. So these are all just different letters. The world's greatest efficiency expert. After 40 years of experience in reorganizing, getting maximum results from factories, stores, offices, railroads, and mines, we're to offer you the results of all his years of experience. If he were to tell you that he would follow you around, check up on your every move, show you how you could do better, your methods here, save time there, accomplish more with less effort, and double your triple your earnings. If he could convince you that by following his instructions, by adopting the fundamental principles he lays down, you could reach any height to which realize any reasonable ambition, no matter how impossible it may now seem or of attainment, you would certainly consider no ordinary price too high to pay for his services, would you? Well, that is in effect just what Harrington Emerson offers. For 40 years, he had been the central figure in the world wide efficiency movement. During that time, he had handled more than 200 different plants, many of them the largest of their kind in the world. And so great has been his success that some of the fees paid him ran as high as $200,000. So, oh my god, this is so repetitive. The same principles that he used in directing the work of those great corporations are just as applicable to you, for the principles themselves are fundamental, bro. I think I'm just reading through this. I'm not even trying to decipher like the framework behind the copy. So yeah, this is what's in it for them. This is the motive to appeal, so you can double or triple her salary, whatever. The point where Mr. Emerson always begins, whether he's handling one man or 1,000, is to develop their efficiency in the handling of time. So lesson 2 of the Emerson course starts with a record of your time. This record will measure your progress and show its direction. It will warn you of wrong methods and efficient operations. It will show you the way to shortcuts and furnish a basis for all future work and efficiency development. We are mailing lesson 2 to you today, although your first payment of $3 has not yet reached us. However, $3 a month, $100 a day is so trifling a sum compared with the dividends in actual money that this course will pay you and pay you immensely, that we are sure your failure to forward your first payment has been due merely to oversight on your part. Probably you have often wondered how so many men with little education have swept forward to success, while other men with the best of training and seemingly greater ability have floundered. What is floundered? The road to failure. Yeah, whatever, just get in the rut. I know what a rut is, but I just want the literal definition. One of Out of more than 4,000 Americans, all but 20 started life. Oh boys, what power was responsible for the rise of these men in poverty? The richest these men got there. Respect their hard work and efficiency. A combination of them. Their careers were marked throughout by their ability through through by your ability to do things better than they had ever been done before, by ability to make every minute and every action count for the most. Given a high degree of efficiency, a man could snap his fingers at luck, laugh in the face, or opportunity back in the region. Laugh in the face of opportunity. What is derision? Overlook excuse of yourself. No, what the fuck? Derision. No, mockery or ridicule. Way expressing mockery or ridicule away, expressing attempt scorn for someone or something often balanced. Zombaria de escárnio. It is this success making quality. Well, the last. Jewish history of the world free. Hmm. We're not even halfway through there. Let me take a peek at the other books, honestly. There's so many books. Copywriting. Okay. So, next one we're gonna have to read is the Robert Collier letter book. I'm just reading down one. Tested advertising methods. So this one we can't. Please tell me it's not a long ass book. 164 pages. Oh yeah, and I ripped it off somewhere. Yeah, baby. I need some fucking. By the way, you should get the fourth edition because the fifth one is just horrible. That's what I've heard. This little bitch in here. Forward by David Ogilvy. Oh yeah, you know it's gonna be good. So 160. Yeah, well that sounds good. Sounds like good news for me. There's a lot of illustrations, right? Joe Holmes is now a horse. Oh man, the typing is small. Fuck. So much content here, bro. I just want to get to action. So I can look forward to someone new. Don't look there. Bro, this fucking face. What are you, dude? What are you on about? How many joints of crack did you smoke? Uh, Dear American Tourister, you saved my life. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Look, 3 times easier to read actual size. Cycle and fence. 5 times out. See what it does. How to win friends and influence people. This was an ad. This was the first book I've ever bought, by the way. How to win friends and influence. No, not really. It was 1984. George Orwell. Then it was How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's cool, bro. It was actually like an ad. Wow. So now I guess I get the full thing of advertising. That's student advertising. Okay, whatever. There's just so much in here. Am I gonna... Oh, this guy just fucked up his book. Next. What's gonna be next? How to write a good advertisement. Want to see that too. Victor O. Schwab. I mean, fuck. Wow, this is a whole bunch of just boring shit to read. Bro. Gary, you better be fucking right. This shit better make me like world class copywriter. Wow, that's a whole lot of stuff in here. Good advertisement. Next. The Gary Halbert ladder. Next. The boring ladders. The lazy man's way to the riches. Oh, oh yeah, the lazy man's way to the riches. We can select the text. Can select that. All right. This is 158 pages. Stays inadequate. This is actually like PDF stuff. Wow, that's cool. And like select text. So someone actually went out of their way to write all of this, to just take a picture in every single one of these things. Wow, the internet is amazing. Flash third one. This is really long fucking textbooks. To be fair, anyway. Next. Breakthrough advertising. I hope I don't get into any legal trouble for this shit. Eugene McSchwartz. So he just reissue it? Am I gonna be able to read through all of this, bro? Even just this is taking me like 10 minutes. Speed zooming through everything. There's no way on earth Gary wants you to finish this off in like 30 days. Look at this app. How to make anybody like you. People do what to do how to make anybody like you. So much bullshit. So much text. These are in one evening. Look, years younger, pounds lighter. Seven steps to freedom. Boy, this one's gonna be long. 276 pages. Oh wow, this is PDF. Wow, that's interesting. I can select text. What a beautiful, magnificent. Oh my god. Oh, we're only 22 pages in. There's that much fucking of a detailed procedure. Oh my god. The copyright editor composed. Oh, what the fuck? So is this like all KPIs and shit? Payroll data. Fuck. Bro, what kind of fucking dark corners of the internet am I getting myself into? The fuck? Let's get the US government. Audio. Costs. Oh my god, bro. What kind of ads am I fucking going into? Army Research Federation. Memo. Message. Oh, what the fuck? Fountain of Youth discovered by little known civilization over 2,300 years ago. Hmm. What the fuck? We're getting into fucking physical exercise here? What the fuck? Well, it's just, oh my god, so many books. Oh, bro. Yeah, I just wasted a good amount of time in here just doing nothing, just procrastinating. I should be reading. Oh. My back's fucking hurting as well. Is there a comfortable chair around here? Should I just try to find a way? Should I, should I go to the sofa? Oh man. A war history, that's all. What became? I just feel like just sitting. Oh, I've been just reading this on a couch. Bro, you know what? It's exactly what I'm gonna do. I don't give a fuck. Whatever, bro. The life's gonna be shit, but I don't give a fuck. So, just grab this. Take it serious. I honestly don't give a fuck. This is gonna look goofy on camera, but sacrifices must be made. Okay, much better. A war history that's sold. What came the test hypothesis? The efficiency of this awareness. Oh man, I'm waiting for the downhead. Mm-hmm. Where is it the war? Well, the one question that remains to me is how did I figure this out about their audience? Like, did they just do some inquiries on their prospects? One of the lines. Jury's History of the World free. Dear sir, for years now you have heard of Frank H. Simons, and you have seen his articles in newspapers and magazines and thought that someday you would own a set of his History of the World for yourself. I guess. Oh no, man. Ugh. Yeah, bro. Hey guys, you know what? I think I'm gonna be reading some stuff offline in my bag because this shit's fucking killing my back. So I guess I'll see you tomorrow.